All right. I'm going to be doing some more stuff with tab completion today. I realized I have a subcommand registry. I could probably make that. Last night after I did the subcommands, I had to explain what that means. All right. Let's see here. So we're going to, one of the things I'm going to look at is the tab complete commander, which has not fully been ported over, and I need to look at a couple things. So what are we trying to do? What's tab completion? Tab completion is when you do KN and you push tab a couple times, and it tells you what you can complete, right? And if you don't, it gives usage or something. In this particular case, I have extra usage information that is not being displayed. And also I want to be able to tab complete some more so I can show all the subcommands of the subcommand. And I know I have that in the complete commander, but I need to look it up. That's the first task. I don't remember where I put it, so I'm going to go looking for that. This thing, at one point I was kind of like, I don't know if I should use it because Cobra exists, which sucks. The more I look at Cobra inside, I just realize how horrible it is. So I'm going to keep going with development on this, even though some people might choose to use other commanders. Most people want subcommands. And what's really important is I want to be able to add a modular subcommand. I'll give you an example of that. Let me see. Alright, so here I have, where am I? Okay, so we're in this tab commander, so let me show you another example. So we go back into the KN tool, and last night I added a subcommand. I realized how easily the subcommand was to add. And I was like, we're one step away from making like curlable subcommands that can be modularly imported during generation. Or, that's a bad idea because you'd have to vet the code and everything, or brought in sort of like a vendor dependency. How's it going, Sebastian? So if we go to, so for example, see this here? This was a subcommand for configuration that was made using the conf.go module I finished yesterday. If you want that, that's under conf.go. Conf-go is github.com/rdbxrob/conf-go. It just does the right thing. It does what you expect, and it keeps a JSON cache in all the right places in your config. So you can just add it to your program and add configuration just like that. You don't really have to mess with configuration, which is a big hassle every time you make a utility. And so that's already done. But then I realized, I've got this subcommand. Oh, wow. Don't worry, it's quite common. What are you talking about? Your article was refused. What does that mean? You published, right? You put a publication up. So here we have all the stuff necessary for this, right? Well, what I realized is that this subcommand is so modular that this file could be included with the sources. And I'm going to actually try that right now. In fact, rather than have the sample that I have, so this is, so let's see, no. So as I was finalizing the conf-go, I thought, well, we need a sample for people to use here. So I made one. I made a sample here inside of main. And here is just a regular using args sample of how to use conf-go. So it pulls in the different subroutine, you know, it does all the calculation, how many, you know, it's like old traditional, just plain old argv, right? And, but, so, you know, you could do, let's do this. Let's actually do this. Let's make this into, plain. We'll have main directory into plain, and we'll make another one that has cmdtab. And the reason I want to do this is I want to show people how easy it is to get to add the module into other stuff. So when we go into cmdtab, oh right. Oh. Right. All right, here we go. Where is it? All right. Oh, here we go. Okay. So, copy. Whoops. I hate that it always puts the line returns in. No. So I'm gonna start doing this with a lot of my libraries. This is a way to modularly include functionality in your subcommands without adding a script. Yeah. So config.go. Manage local configuration settings. Name and a value. Or you could have a subcommand. Now, this is the thing I want to test. What happens if I give it some subcommands here? The first things first, I need to make a main. And we have a subcommand. So the mains for a subcommand are not that. You know what? I also want to make a generator. Just make a command tab called the name of the generator, and have it just like write this stuff automatically. But all things in good time. Right now, I mean, because this boilerplate is what I'm doing right now. I could easily do that right now. I have such a hard time getting distracted by stuff like this. But that would be so easy. I want to make it so it's really easy to generate code and write stuff quickly and go as if I was using a shell scripting language. I'm really tempted to do it right now, but I'm super going to avoid that. Alright, where's that? Main.go, I'll borrow you, his boilerplate. And execute, no. Let's execute something else. What can I call it? I could call it subcommand. Execute. I don't know. Let's just call it config. Yeah, we could make that the main name of the thing. No. Yeah. Yeah. No, we could do it. I mean, people will have to read about command tab to know how to do that. And this is not meant to be like an executable. I don't want people to install it on accident. That's what I'm afraid of by naming it command tab. But that they won't know. Actually, somebody coming on this would not know it at all. So we do that. We call it a sub CMD. So that's more important. Okay, let's do that. We'll call main. So main has a execute sub CMD, and then we'll make a sub CMD that has a config command. So we're going to copy config.go as sub cmd.go. How's it going, Juicy Bit? Sub cmd, and we'll call this sub cmd, and we'll give it a config sub command. Whoops. God damn it. Sub command. We don't need any usage here, or description, or any of this boilerplate. And we're just gonna, actually this doesn't even need a method because it's the main one. And I gotta put a little note in here. .md need to I'm just gonna put C /git no cmdtab. I need some docs on that. God, I need so much stuff to do. Somebody will pay me. All right, so this is we're making a subcommand sample of the config thing so I can show people how it works. So this is a command subcommand. I don't need to change anything on it. I know, it's really awesome. This is the whole point of doing this, is I realize it's like really modular. But then I also want to have subcommands on it. So let's go ahead and just build this, see if we can get this to work. No required module provides package cmdtab to add it. Go get, right, go get github.com or cmdtab. Just for this particular thing. It's called vendredi. You mean Wednesday? Lundi, jeudi, mercredi, vendredi. It's Friday, right? Samedi. Dimanche. Et vendredi. Vendredi, yeah. J'ai oublié comment ça se dit. Comment dit-on Thursday? Lundi, jeudi, mercredi. Pourquoi je ne me souviens plus. Mardi. C'est mardi? Mercredi, mardi, vendredi, samedi, dimanche. It is Mardi, like as in Mardi Gras, huh? Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, no. Is it lundi, mardi, mercredi? Oh, that's right. Lundi, mardi, mercredi. Lundi, mardi, mercredi, jeudi. C'est jeudi. Yeah, c'est jeudi. I thought was Tuesday for a second. Lundi, mardi, mercredi, jeudi, vendredi, samedi, dimanche. Oui. Eh ben. Much more interesting. God damn it. I gotta fix that stuff with GitHub. I gotta import command tab right now. Topic. Yep. All right, I have to finish that port. I keep getting burned by that stupid non-compatible thing. I gotta do this today. Today I have to do. Okay, so the new topic. Complete port of cmdtab from GitLab to GitHub. Oh boy. .rvx.gg. I can't do anything until I do that. I want to pick up where I left off, but I keep getting burned by that not having it be in the right place thing. So I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna switch gears, get some coffee. Got a lot of energy in the morning. I always do. That's when I like to get my head work done because it's when my brain is like really fresh. You can go back and watch my videos. You can see by the end of the day I make a lot more mistakes. At the beginning of the day I'm like nice and fresh. I get stuff done quickly. So it's just a fact. All right, so let's go cmdtab. It's really, you know what? It's really hot. It's hot, but it's not. You know what I mean? Alright. Alright. I gotta get this done, and then I'm gonna have to take off earlier today because I got lots of stuff to do. We gotta get this thing ported over. First things first. Well, I'm gonna have to touch every single file, so I might as well start. Readme file MD. I hate calling things Golang, but that's how you have to search for them, you know? Hey Daniel, how you doing? GitHub, canonical sources, GitHub. Shields, work in progress. It is still work in progress. These are all changed. Modern Commander. Complete matter. Where is this located? All right. Command technically is a lightweight command for focus on human-friendly command line interfaces. Installation normally can do blah. Interface dependency, ongoing project. I don't need to do any of this. I think all the rest of this is great. Human modern computer interaction. This should be fine. All right, so that's all good. Go mods, make sure this is right. Right, so that was okay at one point, but it's not okay anymore. Is anybody know? Did Go 1.16 get released yet? I know it's supposed to get released this month. Okay, so that's it. I have to go through everything else and find all the GitLabs. I should be fine though. So the omit built-ins, omit built-ins. Yeah, we're gonna leave it built-ins. We don't care. I don't think I'm gonna need to fix anything on this actually. Git grab GitLab. Git grab command tab. I think a modular replace is fine. We got that down now. You gotta be kidding me. I didn't change the Go mod? Oh my god. That's been the problem the whole time. That's it. I'm so stupid. That's really stupid, Rob. Good to go git grab. That's why I do this stuff in the morning when my brains get better. We all make stupid mistakes. I make more than my fair share, probably. Map ops tests. So we're going to change all of these tests, stringer tests and print tests, to use GitHub. So what I can do here is, these are all top level. These are all top level things. So I can do this. I can do pi with one command. This is Perl. I'm going to change GitLab. Any reference to GitLab to GitHub. There's a as many times as it happens. Anything that ends in .go. Be very careful that you're precise with this. You'll change all your stuff in your Git tree. Yeah. I wonder if I could build that into the command. I wonder if I could build in an avoidance for anything in .git. I probably could. But, I mean, there. Now I do this git grep again, and it should be nothing there. GitHub should be many other places. So there we go. So that change worked. Do I hate the least? It's not about love and hate, my friend. It's about getting the job done. I gotta be better about saying that. The ones that annoy me to work in, anything that's like unnecessarily verbose. I get really bothered by languages that cause me to overly think about the syntax instead of just getting things done. You know what I mean? And that's why I love Go so much, is I can get stuff done. I can get stuff done even faster in Perl, which is why I love Perl so much. I love Perl so much. Nobody else can use it when I write the code because they don't know Perl or it's too dense, which is a good and a bad thing. But I can get stuff done fast with it. And that's why I love it. I can accomplish a lot. I like stuff that makes it so I can get to my goals faster, so I have more time to go outside instead of sitting in front of the computer. And so whatever the language is, that's why I love Go so much. And it's why I love Rust for specific things where it's very, very safe and I'm going to run it billions of times. I can handcraft it even better. Rust is good for that, even though I've never done anything significant with it. Because it's annoying. It takes too long to write anything in it. And Go, I can write it right away. Perl even faster. So I like languages that get me what I want fast. And that's what I want depends on, the thing. I think that's going to do it. I think that was a tiny little bug that has been annoying me all of this time. And I believe that's going to actually fix a bunch of problems that I've been having. I can't believe it was that easy to port. So, yep. Alright, let's give it a try. Before I commit this, let's actually give it a test, shall we? I passed the Turing test. Wait. Let me check this for a second. I mean, let's just... What the hell? Oh, right. There's a bunch of things I need to go through my tests again on this. Make sure I didn't break anything. This thing needs a full, like, it's there, it's done, it works, but it needs like a full, like a version 1, like just real thorough vetting. Because I wrote it 2 years ago, even though I use it all the time, every day. It's one of these things that's like, I know it works and I know what I want. So it's already kind of jumped the shark for me. It's already, it's already done everything I need. So it's really hard to do the polish to finish it up because it's already my workhorse. But no one else is going to make it their workhorse until I do that rest of that stuff. Which takes time, but this is probably one of the more significant projects I have under my belt. So I use it all the time, so people are more likely to pick it up if they watch my live stream. So it's time for me to probably really put the polish on that. But I have to get the KN tool done first. So I'm going to use the two together as kind of a catalyst for one another. I did a big video on that. Yeah, I did a big video. I did 2 big videos on that. One in January of 2020, where I said use GitHub, use GitLab, and the other one I did recently is saying use GitHub. Short story, long story short, I say to use GitHub now, and I'm in the middle of porting everything off of GitLab. I'm sad about that, but it's no contest right now. I can't, dude. I tried to go. No, SourceSet sucks. I did an evaluation of them already. I like them, but they use tildes in their names. They'll never be serious for any package hosting ever. All their infrastructure is running on Python. They're not serious. They're really cool, but they're not serious. I would never, ever, ever put a package on that system that's going to be used by hundreds of thousands of people. But it's beautiful. I mean, I like the fact that I can use it with links. There's so many things I love about SourceSet. I just wish it would be executed well, and I don't think it is. No offense to the people over there, I just don't think it is. I would never trust my source code there. In fact, I'm serious. I did a thing about this too. I'm seriously considering. You can go look through my vids. Possibly there's one there on that. I'm seriously considering moving to Git for everything, and then mirroring the code to GitHub so that people can depend on GitHub, but then my administration and everything will be using Git. But then I got to thinking, well, that's just extra work, but I like that better. I'm seriously thinking of that. I really want to support the Git project. I think it's fantastic, a fantastic project. And I want to see that pick up. So there's actually a possibility too that I'm going to change my source hosting to not be on GitHub at all, so that the package dependencies are not on GitHub, but they're on my own domain that I control. And instead of depending on GitHub for all that, I don't like giving GitHub free analytic information about everything and usage and everything. I mean, it's fine, but it's like yet another way that they steal our data. They don't give you hosting for free. They study everything about you. They study what your source code is. They sell you to the highest bidder. I mean, they all do the same thing. You can't really point a finger. All right, so what are we doing here? Tmucks in. It's the sleeves, guys. I guess I'll just freeze until I don't freeze. No, I've only applied to 2 jobs. I'm one at a time guy. I like try to find a good opportunity that I know the person and they've recommended me until that one goes away. If I'll touch base with the recruiter who's got my resume on Monday. If I don't hear anything back, I'll just move on. Yeah. So, but the resume's all done. I'm considering too is, I was getting kind of worried about, not being able to code on an SRE job, and then I thought, or an infrastructure engineer job, and I thought, no, you know what? Every single system administrator job or any infrastructure engineer job that I've had for my whole career, I've always coded. There's always an opportunity to code, and I had to kind of check myself and say, hey, look, don't get so worried about taking a position that's not going to have code in it. Every tech job on the planet has code in it to some degree. And if it doesn't, you can do a lot of open source stuff. So it just makes you shine in whatever career you're doing. If you know how to code, it always makes you shine because you have that extra skill you can layer on top of all the other stuff. So that helped me to get over my anxiety about taking a job that doesn't have 24/7 coding. I'm also realizing after coding like 12, 14 hours a day lately that I have to have a break in between the coding because my fingers and arms hurt. And one of the reasons I like SRE positions is because you're writing a lot of code, you're typing a lot, but you also get regular breaks. If you're being paid to be a software engineer, staff software engineer, whatever the fuck they call it these days, you're coding all the time, and you don't really look up from the keyboard on your screen for like 10 hours a day. I mean, you should, obviously, every 40, 90 minutes you should get up. I don't. I should. And that's not good for your body. It's just not good. So you got to make sure to remember to do that. All right, so we're going back to the KN tool. The KN tool is one where I was practicing the completion stuff. So I just want to make sure I didn't break anything here. I should have a dependency here on my go mod. yeah, we're going to go ahead and go grab this dependency here. This is what happens when you do a replace, by the way. See this bogus version? When you do a replace, it does that temporarily. And you can take and get rid of it later. So, go install cmd. That was fast. Holy cow. Kn config dump. There we go. Okay, dump JQ. Dump it to the JQ. Yep. Hi from Singapore. So here we have, this is the thing I finished yesterday. So you can just, get whatever. I want to get foo. I want to set foo to something else. Something else. I can go get it again. So I have this, see how fast all that configuration is? God damn, goes fast. It's so fast. And I mean, for utility, I'm used to doing this with shell scripts. So it's just so cool. So this is like built-in configuration to any tool that you want to have that uses all the right thing. It's very much like Redis. It's like a Redis without installing Redis. It's exactly what it's designed after. In fact, I'm glad you said that, because I'm going to go put that in here. I'm glad you said that. Wait. CD into conf. Okay. Okay, so PRs against what? It depends on what it's against. I definitely do take PRs. I just need to know where they're from. I fucking hate Viper. Are you kidding me? I won't touch it. I won't touch Cobra or Viper. Inferior software, dude. And I can objectively back that up. I have on the video. No. It's hell no. How about that? You know what's really refreshing? Zelensky, there was a guy who was in here, and he actually pointed to a blog he wrote 3 years ago, that confirmed all of the same concerns about Cobra and Viper that I have, to the letter. And he said, stop encouraging people to run eval for completion in their things. But yet the whole fucking world has done it. Docker, everybody has taken it on, and meanwhile they've punished everybody who uses these systems. And he happened in my chat, and I was like, yes. I was like, we agree. We actually care about this stuff. And so I'm more motivated than I've ever been to finish it. Don't get mad. Make something better. And I've got something better. I know I do. I know I have something better now. It's just a matter of getting enough people to see that it's better and finishing up and polishing it, marketing it, and all that. And to have that dumbass icon that they have for it. All right. So, sorry, I'm not a nice guy. I'm just not. I will work with you, and I'll use the stuff I have to. But what do I use instead of that? I use Command Tab, which is the thing I'm building on right now. So. It's Redis without the Redis. Yep. I don't want to go into all the problems with Cobra and Viper right now. I've talked about it so many times. I need yeah. The tab completion, look, Cobra is perpetuating bullshit. Oh, right, sorry. About tab completion by doing eval, and they're not the only one. Pandoc does it too. This idea that, just add this eval line to your shell script in your bash RC every time you start up. Just add this to make sure that it works, is after you get a dozen, or it's like Electron for the command line. It's like it's fine if one person does it, but if 10 people do it, it slows down your startup and your login and everything, your exec shells, everything gets slowed down. You can't exec bash, it's like a significant delay. So, thanks. So, look, I'm never going to be a popular streamer or member of any community, because I just don't I just call it like I see it, and I fucking hate it. You know what? If they were to change it, I would say beautiful, brilliant, mwah. But if they don't, I'm like, I'm going to make something better. And I know that sounds really arrogant. I already have made something I think is way better. Another problem is I need to have the other subshells work, the other subcommands work. That's not working right now. All right, stop yelling, Rob. I'm trying to be a nice guy. I get annoyed by it though because people don't think about these things up front. You know what? The problem comes down to people not thinking about how the end users are going to use the product. And anytime that happens, I always get annoyed because I've run into it I run into it constantly as a technologist. I'm sorry, but people can have strong opinions to the contrary of me. That's fine. And then the problem is it makes me very unpopular with the community, all of the communities. They don't want to hear what I have to say. I mean, because I'm mean about it. My mom used to always say, they don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. Bullshit. I don't give a shit. Sometimes I don't give a shit. I just want it to be better, and I'm going to call it out like it is. You know who else shares that opinion? Linus Torvalds. And Linus Torvalds gets in trouble all the time, too. But I'm not Linus Torvalds, so I don't have the bandwidth to be able to do it. I'm not sure I understand what the problem with Viper and Cobra. Because I'd have to go through and tell you, it would take me literally 90 minutes for you to see the problem. The biggest problem is it's shit underneath the hood. First problem. We found tab completion in an eval script that I could totally own as a root because it didn't quote the eval. And if you want tab completion, if you want Z shell tab completion in Cobra, you have to eval in your inline thing. You have to eval over 500 lines of shellcode. It's so fucking bad. I can't look. We can't talk about this right now. Okay. I don't want to justify my position right now. Somebody asked whether I liked it or not, and I said no. Normally, when I have that kind of conversation, I take time to justify my conclusions. Particularly like NeoVim, I spent hours making a big, long, detailed explanation of why I don't like it. And I believe you deserve that if I'm going to say I don't like it. I believe you deserve that, but I just don't want to do it right now because it's just pissing me off and I'm not making my other goals. So I'm not attacking anybody. I'm not attacking. The people who are behind the project are amazing human beings, but it is a shitty thing that I will never use unless I am forced to. But I will use it if I'm forced to on a team professionally. I know how to play the game. So, okay, I got to take a break because I got to get back to. I can't get distracted. All right. One thing for sure, you definitely have to learn those other things. So don't think just because I think they're crap that you don't need to learn them. You definitely do. They're in everything. Everything on planet Earth uses those stupid things. All right. Doesn't mean I have to like it. All right, so we are working on the configurator, which I have here. I'm going to show you one really strong reason why Cobra and that stuff is bullshit, because it's not modular. We're gonna make this a modular example of how to do everything. So we're gonna go back into the sample here, go back into our subcommand sample, and this config. Let me show you how subcommander works, and this is how Cobra could have worked, but it chose not to. You have a main function that delegates to an exec, and that calls the primary subcommand. And the primary subcommand is over here, and in the primary subcommand you have one or more subcommands under that. Each of these can contain something like 15 or 16 different data points or fields for documentation. Now, as soon as you have that all done, once you build the thing, and here's config. So config has its summary. It tells you what it does. It does this little thing here, right? And we're gonna actually fix this. We're gonna change it, put sample and some other stuff in here. But as you can see, that is it. That's the extent of the subcommand. So each subcommand gets its own file. First point that fails with Cobra, and then you can do, and then you can go ahead and build it. So they go. Let's just go. So we'll just run it. No module. Well, I've just put this here, so I'm gonna fix it. There's some things I just gotta move. Go get. Oh wait, we need to get. I need to fix command tab. I'm going to go ahead and commit this one, even though I think it's save fixes go.mod GitLab reference. New file. You know what else it does? It uses it only uses complete -c. It is, no, I don't know what it's from. I think it's Witcher. So anyway, so go back over here, and so I need to go get rbx rob cmd tab. Modular declares itself as git path. This is a problem I'm still having, is that yeah, this is what I wanted to show you, but I'm in the middle of porting GitLab command tab over from GitLab to GitHub, and that's what's burning me up right now. Oh, are you sure? No, I think they were pushed. Yeah, they're pushed. I think the problem is I need to fix this port. I am never splitting across multiple servers again. That was the stupidest mistake I ever made. I was trying to do the right thing. I was trying to support open source. I was trying to support GitLab and everything. And leaving GitHub was one of the biggest mistakes I've ever made. Must have seen some other error. Yeah. Well, one thing I can do is, I don't know. Let's do this. No required module provides package GitHub to add it. Let's go up here then. Actually, I think I can do this instead. Simple subcommand. Nope. Let's see. It might be in here. Wrong. Nope. Yeah, I wrote a whole video on that, dude. I've done one in January and then in GitLab and then later on. You have to sit through it. It just lost the arms race. Bottom line. Doesn't matter whether I like it or not. They lost. Really obvious at this point. They have Enterprise GitHub. Enterprise GitHub is trouncing Enterprise GitLab. That's like one of a dozen reasons that I cite in the video. One of the reasons I need this knowledge management tool so I can write this information, so I can refer you guys to it, so that I don't have to repeat myself a dozen times. Why do you think I'm so motivated to finish the knowledge management stuff and to build a knowledge exchange grid? Because if I don't have the knowledge exchange grid, then it's just going to be perpetually repeating yourself. Whereas, you know, knowledge managers and workers can, you know, people who actually do things, rather than people who talk about things, should be the people who are talking. Those are the people you listen to, but you can't listen to them because they can't talk about anything. And now you want to know about KEG, and I need to tell you about KEG. So, spec out already? No. Part of it is, but not all of it. So, because I'm too busy explaining everything to get anything finished. This is why people who get shit done don't communicate over Twitter and definitely don't live stream. Thanks, Lanmar. All right, what was it? I still have a problem with this dependency shit, and I don't know what's going on with that. It's like pissing me off. It should not, you know what? I need to clear my cache is what I need to do. Oh. You know what I need to do, wait, where am I? Did I do it again already? I did. I needed to get -u, of course. Come on. None updated to, parsing go.mod. Modular declares this path is, no, it doesn't. Not anymore. Is that a macro? How do I clear the cache? Golang, go get clear cache. I want to know how to clear the module cache. Before I thought -u did it. There it is. Ah, go clean cache. Ooh. And fix the issue. In the end, the magic spell turned out to... God damn, I would never remember that. Look at that, how fast. Lester, thank you for blogging that, my good friend. Whoever you are who took the time to write that down, thank you so much for being a member of the Knowledge Exchange. Because now I have an answer, and I can quickly put that in a file. Make sure I don't have anything already. It should oh, sorry, it's the only one. There's no S in it. Sorry. Sorry, yeah, there's only one S. I would never have gotten all those things. Go. Hey, look, I think it did something. Please tell me it didn't delete everything. I should pull it down fresh this time. No module provides package to try to add it. Do this. Good. Go get. It was funny. It's changed. Yeah, this is 1.16. This is interesting. I read something similar about the changes in the 1.16 releases, and that means they've changed it by default. By default, it used to do this. By default, if you try to build something, it would pull the deep depths down. Now it doesn't do it anymore. You have to explicitly do it, which is safer. I'm glad they're doing that. That's cool. I'm almost positive that changed. And now it's fine. Watch. No, it's not. God damn it. Why is it not fine? The module does not declare itself that way. I don't know what the frick you're saying. There has to be. It's the only explanation. There's no GitLab in the whole fucking thing. You know what? You know what it is? It's because it's using the cache version. It is. It's using the module cache version. I fucking hate module cache and Go. Sometimes it's so annoying, and I thought I had mine turned off in my stuff, but it must not be off right now. Yeah, it doesn't even have it. You're right. It doesn't have any of my changes. I don't know what happened. Did it not push them? Oh, there we go. That was the reason. That failed. You saw it fail. Experior, you caught it. You caught it. Experior, you get points, dude. Or dudette. Or whatever. You get points. You definitely get points. Because you caught this. You saw it when it scrolled up. Yep. I'm gonna live dangerously here. Not possible. Forced update. You know why? Because I have changes across the board in different things. Fast forwarding aborted. Crap. I have to do an old-fashioned diff. I don't want to do this, but I'm going to do it. This is the fastest for me. Tab. All right, so let's just git pull it. GH repo clone. Command tab. Boom. cmdtab. All right, now I need to diff this with old. Oops. Command tab. Ah. cmdtab old. Oh boy. Let's see all the changes, shall we? Where did my pretty pictures go? There you go. I can probably lighten that up, by the way. I didn't mess with my colors. I'm spending less and less time setting my system up because I just want to get stuff done. Workflow stuff. Oh, we'll exchange notes, Noel. Yeah, we'll definitely exchange notes on this. So just a bunch of GitLab GitHub changes. So far, nothing dangerous or weird. Oh, the win size change. That was a big one. I got to make sure I get that change in. Good job, Rob. Okay. And that's it. Oh, the Apache license. That's right. I switched out the licenses. We're doing MPL2 now so that it's safer. If HashiCorp can use it, I can. All right, get rid of that. Come on, is that the only change? Let me see if I can remember all these changes. I don't know how to just delete all that one. Wait, is that a block? Here, I know what I'm going to do. We'll diff these over to temp. I have merge conflicts because I was in the hey Darkmoon. These ones I'm going to get really easily. So those ones I don't need to worry about. This one I need to do though. I need to keep that one there. Command tab. These ones are very, very easy. This one, these are all good. All this Apache stuff can go away. I don't know how long this is going to be. This is like one of the longest licenses ever, and that's why businesses like it, because it's got a bunch of legalese. And this is all the MPL2 license. I'm just trying to isolate the stuff that's changed between two by hand. Normally this is something you would never have to do, but I won't lie, I went through the migration for this particular thing rather quickly, and because I needed it and I wanted to get off. And in fact, they're going to delete a lot of my repos because they dropped my educational status. Even though for 8 years, I've been helping people get jobs and learn. They came in and dropped my educational status. So now they're going to get rid of all my skill stack stuff and just literally, they're not even going to give it. They just delete it. They don't even hold it and to give it to you. And I don't know when that's going to happen. Learning Vim. Start with Vim Tutor. I need this one in here. I need the fudge for the wind stuff. Okay. What's this over here? Yeah. So, hey Q, how's it going? I'm a little bit more suitable for work today than I was before, but not much. You just don't know what you're gonna get with me, I guess. Stringer test. Oh wow, that's really the only change? You've got to be kidding me. Well, I'm glad I noticed it. How's it going, Q Macro? Also turn off arrow keys. Hey, yeah, I have that in arrow. You wanted to put, hey, here, put this in your vimrc. I'm gonna give you something, yeah. Put this in your arrow, in your vimrc. If you want to force yourself to learn it right, if you want to go through the pain, you might not want to, but if you do that, put that code in your vimrc. That'll disable arrow keys. Oh, I did set leader. I set leader 2 to paste, didn't I? I forgot about that. Insert paste. I totally forgot about that. Do you guys do that? Do you add like key bindings in your vim RC? You totally forgot you had them, and later you're like, you know what I mean? So, I do that all the time. Everywhere I forget my bindings everywhere. You like you spend all this time making these really awesome scripts and bindings. You're like, oh yeah, I forgot I made that. Then you end up making another one. I do that. I do that all the time. No. And you find because you're like so into automation and stuff, you end up automating yourself like again, and at least you're thinking about it, right? You know, I suspect that's a good thing. It just means, you know, it means a couple things. It means you're always thinking about how to do things better, and it means that you don't overly focus on trying to memorize everything because you just want to get stuff done. And I think that's a good mindset to have. Some people disagree, but Einstein agreed that's the best way to be as any kind of innovator. Is like your brain is your CPU. It's not for storage. It is for storage, but it's primarily for your CPU. So, yeah. Einstein's quote is, all I need to remember is where the library is. So, some things your muscle memories have to memorize, like Vim, things like that. Yeah, like that's different though. Everywhere, so like easy extension VS Code. Yes, Q. Q's preaching the gospel. All right, what we got? I feel much better. I feel safer somehow now that I know that was the only problem. There was nothing substantial in there. So that I just have git tab problems in here. So I need to fix all those. So once again, git grab GitLab. Show me GitLab. The board says. Yeah, there's lots of GitLab in there. Is there a git py? Oh god, that would be so cool. I need to make that. Yeah, I'm not. Don't anybody tell me to use FD or ripgrep that doesn't look at .git. I know. So everyone get your broadband. Wow. Well, for broadband, yeah. You're just like the little town down the street here where I live that gets all the advantages of the broadband from the other towns and cities who tax higher. These tiny little companies with these really big egos who are like kicking ass on everything, and then they don't foot any of the bill for all of the huge expenses of the world. I love that. And then they think they're like all better than everybody else because they've never had to participate in the full economy, global economy. That's my favorite thing. Yeah, bullshit. You don't foot your own bills, but we're not going to have that conversation because it never ends well. Yeah, you and France and England, everybody else who has tiny little footprints in the world economy, they love to brag about how awesome they are. And meanwhile, the rest of us pay trillions of dollars on things that, including the military, but not just the military, to protect your ass. and then you cry when we don't step in. I'm sorry, we're not going to have this fight right now. But you decided to brag, so I'm just going to remind you that, yeah, per capita we pay those bullshit in taxes. You couldn't defend yourself if your life's dependent on it, against any side of sort of invasion. That's why NATO is a thing. I don't see Denmark attending the G8. Anybody else? Is Denmark in the G8? Let's ask a question. Because I don't think they are. Maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong. It might be in the G20. I'm not looking at size. Fuck, I hate size. I wish it was smaller. Let's not have this fight. But you started bragging for no reason, so I'm going to respond. All right, we're done. We're not talking about politics right now. We're not talking about whose broadband is bigger than whose. This is not a productive thing. I got to stay focused. You're the one who told me to stay focused. Then you launch that shit in my chat. Come on, Lanmar, help me out here. Yeah, here we go. See, he can't stand being told he's wrong. Just like me. We do not need your military. You start more wars than it's good. I agree. I agree. I agree. Let's just not fight. Please don't talk about how great your country is. And the only reason you would ever post that in the chat is to show how superior you are to everybody else. There's no reason, there's no other reason for you to post that in my chat. So if you're posting it to brag about it, your country is the best in the world, then it's off topic right now. Okay? Because that's the reason you posted it. I mean, just own that part, okay? All right, so let's do this. All right, we're going to replace all the GitLabs with all the GitHubs. Yep. And a symbolic gesture on the command line for what I must do. I posted because you want to go in that direction. What direction? I wasn't talking about politics at all. I was talking about command lines completion. But you'll never admit it. You're like the king of never admitting you're wrong. I haven't remembered a single time when you've said you're wrong in my entire chat for the last several months. I don't think there's been one time that Lunmar has ever admitted to being wrong. And I know that type of person because I worked with them and I have them in my family. And I still love them, but it's just really hard to have a conversation because they refuse to ever admit on anything, on any point whatsoever, that they were wrong. You guys know the type. All right, so the line, we are living in America. Coca-Cola, sometimes war, got me on the floor. Yeah, and I love American Idiot too from thing. But Denmark is the most loyal ally to my. I didn't say anything about that. Of course they are. Yeah. No, I didn't say what. I didn't say anything about being allies to Denmark. This by the way, this is a normal conversation. I have had this conversation so many times with Europeans who I deeply love and respect, but it's impossible to have this conversation because they are like a little yappy dog that just will not stop barking. They just won't. They won't. They will just keep going on just like Lunmar. They can't shut up about it. If you just say, can we just move on? They won't do it because they're like, because these tiny little insignificant countries that, and they hate it. They hate being told that. They hate it, man. They will rip your face off. They'll make you sound like they are the biggest, most dangerous dog. Meanwhile, the German Shepherd's like, why is that dog so angry? Why is it yapping at me? Well, I'm just trying to be his friend. I do, don't I? Mm-hmm. Let me give you a challenge. Admit one thing you've ever been wrong about, Lunmar, on my stream. Just one thing. That's all. Just one. I constantly am showing you all the shit I do wrong. Just try it. Just try it once. Just try it one time. Just try it. It won't hurt, I promise. It won't hurt. It won't hurt. Just find one thing and say, I was wrong about X. I know you can do it. It's going to be really hard for you. Yeah. Remember that time you told me I wasn't going to get employed because I was too emotional? And I refrained from retorting back against that. I just thought of like 5 things that I could tell you to that, but I'm not going to because I'm not. I'm going to stay focused. All right. You guys know I'm having fun with the tiny countries. You know I love you. I want to live in France. I would live in Denmark in a heartbeat. I love Denmark. It's got so many amazing things about it. I lived in Amsterdam for a short time. You know, it's not about that. It's not a comparison. This was just a response to somebody saying their country's better than everybody else in my chat. So in case you're just joining us and you're wondering why I'm freaking out, If you come into my chat room and you tell everybody else that they all suck because they're not your country, I'm going to respond to that. Okay. And then it fires off our whole offline thing. Where's my BOFH when I need him? How's it going, Markham? And yeah. 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 Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, the good thing is that I actually have the chat, so I can go look at it. Countries are ready. Can we move on? I agree. Says Z1. All right. Let me take an emotional break here. All right. No more talk about that. Okay? Or you're going to get silenced for a second because I would rather not talk about anything. All right? All right. I guess he doesn't hear me. Okay. There we go. Just for a while. I might have done that wrong. Oh well. And then we'll take a look at this. All right. So did I shut up everybody? Nobody can talk. I think I did. Oh well. I need Vera when I need him. We got totally derailed, and I was on track, and my brain was fresh. Testing. Okay, you guys are still on. Lamar can take a break for a while. All right. Look, he's not... I'll bring him back later. I just want him to shut up for right now. All right. And he doesn't know how to shut up when he gets off. And I know. I understand. Believe me, I know. I am the guy who doesn't shut up either. So this is for you and me. All right. So... it's nothing personal. All right, so let's do this. Where was I? Main.go. Okay, so here's a subcommand. We're trying to port over this thing, get it all ported over. I think we have we're going to do a git grep, and GitLab. So we still have GitLabs in there because I only changed the ones in the MD file. Let's do our Perl py again. And then I'm going to do this one on Markdown files and Go files at the top level. And we'll do it to anything with MD and to the .mod, anything with, let's see, go.mod. Let's do that. All right, there we go. Git grep, GitLab, nothing here. Should all be GitHub now. And that should fix the rest of my port. So there we go. Replace up to 4 spaces. Yeah. Lamar, why would you keep saying more in the chat? Why would you come back after I banned you? You know, are you just going to keep trolling me now? Is that your new favorite thing to do? I mean... So, I mean, really? You're kind of embarrassing yourself at this point. All right. So, I know it's not my problem. And as usual, you'd never, ever admit you're wrong on anything, which is the reason you're not employed more than any other reason that you're a freelancer. That's why you're a freelancer, because you can't ever admit you're wrong, which means you can't work with other people. I've worked with people like that. There's one person we had to fire. As a team, we had to fire them because they would refuse to work with other people under any circumstance. They wouldn't alter their opinion on anything. And that just be a lesson to everybody else. If you're that person, either plan on working for yourself forever and be successful at it, as Lundmar definitely is, or learn to get over yourself and accept the will of the team, even if you hate it, which is what I've had to do and what's the reason I started my own business. But it's hard. It's hard to do that, particularly when you know you're right. So anyway, trying to move on here. Okay, let's see. So I've got the config running. So this should probably not give us the same error now when I do a gore. So we're going to do that. Let's see. No required module provides package blah, blah, blah to add it. Go get blah, blah, blah. package GitHub command to add it. Go get github.com RWX from command tab. Well, I did that already. Let's hope it works this time. Go get github.com. Is it missing a git mod? Maybe that was the thing I did. It's better to go along with the team than be right. But you know what I really love? The good example of this is Star Trek. I'm going to try to lighten the mood here. No kidding. Watch old editions. Watch old, particularly Voyager. Not the new one. Not the new one where everybody's an asshole. Star Trek. The old Star Trek. These people are about to die. They have radically different opinions on how to save the ship. But you watch how they treat each other. When they treat each other, and we're talking about old Star Trek, like, Voyager, old. And when they talk to each other, they spit at each other because they disagree so strongly with each other's opinions, but they still survive as a team. They still figure out how to work about it. And then sometimes they even say, hey, I was wrong. I can see that you saved the ship and my plan would have killed us all. And they figure it out. It's actually one of the reasons I love Star Trek the most, is because it has this constant team dynamic going on that you can kind of glean stuff from, particularly if you're a bullheaded, half Klingon engineer, which I sometimes feel like. Who knows they're right on everything. God damn it. I probably have to do the clean again. So there we go. No required module provides a package. All right. Well, that's good. So let's actually do our. This one doesn't have a Go mod. I think this old one does have a Go mod, but I think the Go mod might be. Nope, it's still good. So hopefully the Go Get this time will get the right one. Teammates really shine when they accept other people's opinions and hone their accept that they are wrong is a respectful manner. It's really hard. It's really, really hard to do. Chat, when you use in Vim to exit, insert text instead of the escape button. Let's see, what can I use in Vim to exit insert text instead of escape? I use control left bracket all the time. For me, it's control left bracket. I don't know if you see me doing it down here. You'll see me doing it down here. There's all kinds of things you can do. You can map different keys and stuff like that. But I started using JK. I haven't been using it recently. I started using JK. I started using that to save my pinkies. But if you want something that will work without any changes to your keyboard whatsoever, if you live in the States, understand that international keyboards don't have this. You use control left bracket. See here, the control left. I'm sorry, control, left square bracket. All right, so you can go ahead and do that. And that'll take care. All right, so those are things you can do there. And that's some possibilities. Crippling finger pain. If you're going all the, or control C, hardy har. If you go all the way up to the escape key, this is the fun fact I did not know. This is a good tangent. I'm going to make a topic for this. This is a good tangent. Why is the escape key so far away? So we'll do this one really quick. Yeah, but there's actually a reason for this. So if you go up in, okay, so if you, let me show you. Okay, so if you're just joining us, somebody asked the question, what can I do to save my pinkies? The escape key's so far away. And if you have an old school Mac, it doesn't even have an escape key. They got rid of it because they're so stupid over there at Apple. And so they had to bring it back. They had overwhelming response to that. And they added it back, thank God. And so VI users everywhere can rejoice. But the problem is nobody ever really uses escape. Usually this is what they do. I'm going to tell you the things that people do, and then I'm going to tell you the thing. You can make your own decision. I'll tell you what I do. Okay. Well, the first thing that a lot of people do is they remap the caps lock key to escape. for their entire computer. And if you're going to do that, I did a log about that yesterday. Where is it? Let's see if I can find it. Where is it? I might have to put it in my... I have to go search my own knowledge base. This is why I need my KN tool finished. It's not finished right now. Anyway, there... Yes. I'm trying to think of where it was that I put it. Anyway, you can... it's in my vimrc. Let's do that. Yeah, I can show you that. I can show you that. So this is if you want to remap your escape key, here's how you do it. I mean, your caps lock to escape. I'm not saying this is the way I do it. This is just one way to do it. Here it is. Where is it? I know it's in here somewhere. Did I get rid of it? Come on, where are you? I know you're in here. Maybe I got rid of it. No, I didn't. It's in my main one. Remap. There it is. So there it is right there. I'll give it to you guys. Bang, bang. Eeks, send that to you so you can go get that line. This is, straight off the internet. I don't fully understand. I know it's just a keyboard mapping that is hitting. It's a keyboard mapping that's hitting your X. So probably I'll probably work with Wayland, but I don't know. But that takes care of escape for the whole computer. I have no need for a caps lock. I never use it for anything. So I do that anyway because I'm so sick of accidentally hitting escape. But look, this is me typing caps lock and it goes to escape. So that's one way to do it if you have Linux, right? Another thing to do would be, I hate the touch bar. You have the new MacBook. Yeah, it's the touch bar. My finger hits escape. Yeah. The obvious easy thing to do is to do now I learned recently that relatively recently, about a year ago, that you cannot do what I'm about to do. Watch down here. I'm going to push Control left bracket. Control left bracket is mapped exactly to escape on systems I understand that are at least in America. Now, if you have one of these international keyboards, you won't have that. So that might be something different. That is literally escape. It requires no customization. It just works. So that's another alternative. Another alternative is to change your vimrc in ways that are unnatural. and I have given in my old age and started doing this. Look, my muscles have been so trained over 20 years, my finger muscles, that if I get on a system that doesn't have these crazy alternatives, I'm fine. My fingers will immediately adapt and use Control left bracket or escape, if whatever. So I'm not afraid about burning in bad habits that would stop me from being performant on an AIX system or on a Solaris Unix machine. Normally, remapping these things, you'd hear, Mr. Rob from professional days tell you never, ever, ever, ever do that because you're useless. Once you depend on these things, you're useless unless you alter your vimrc. And when you're administering, 100 machines, you might not want to synchronize your vimrc on all those systems. So you want to make sure you don't put that escape with Control L or escape. Make sure you know how to do that first. But then if you get to be 52, 53 like me, and you notice your pinkies are really starting to hurt, it might be time for you to put one of these like cheater things in there. And believe me, these are cheating. There is another way to do this that someone has told me about before. If any directional, so here's another way. Any directional thing, up and down, any sort of directional thing, up and down like this, if you add control to it, it still works. And actually, I think I have mine remapped for up, but I think I do, yeah. But if you do a directional thing, wait, what is it? Let me see if I can do this right. I think I might have mine messed up right now. Oh, it's Alt. Yeah, it's Option. Sorry, it's either Alt or Option. I was pushing Control. That's why it's not that. So that's what it is. If you hold Alt or Option, this is something I did not know. If you hold Alt or Option, Yeah, well, I know, but you just don't. You don't have to be able to be on a machine at some point and be able to edit things. Yeah. So, but yeah, if you want to go up, see that? So if you remember, if you're going to be navigating, watch, you don't even need to escape at all if you hold Option down. So watch, if you're editing something, right? Blah 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 blah, edit, and then you just want to go down, you can push down. You don't even have to push escape at all, because Option/Alt, whatever it is, plus a directional key automatically sends an escape. So, and I don't know if that works on VI. I would love to try that with NVim. Let's try it. NVI is the closest alternative to VI that exists. Yeah, it works. So that works. That's interesting. Yeah, it works. That works on VI also. That's really cool. Never used that. Never got into the habit of it. That's just another pinky thing to press. And for me, that would mean using my ring finger, which is like not a finger that I'm very used to using very much. So that's another way to do that. Control C instead of escape. Yeah. Don't talk about ATM3. Okay, so here it comes. Yeah, we're gonna talk about. Yeah. Oops. So yeah, if you just halt, if you just remember to push Alt, then you can just you can just do your thing. You don't even need escape. Usually you're gonna want to go down anyway, right? And I just continue to hold it down even though I don't need it after the first one. I should probably retrain my fingers to do that. I love Alt. I wish I had remembered that. I wish I had trained my fingers to do that. I'm not trained to do that. But I might try. I might actually try to train my fingers to do that again. That's a really great. They could, yeah. 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 Control C. Well, Control C is a horrible choice. I could not strongly recommend against you more not to use Control C. Mostly because I just think that's a really bad idea. I think that's a horrible idea personally. I would never map Control C to anything other than interrupt. Just because I don't want to build a habit of Control C'ing things to exit them. That's me. Maybe you guys have a justification for doing that more than I do. But I like learning alts. I think I might try to retrain my fingers to learn alt. I do. I think it's all it takes is one. It just takes one Alt J or K to get you back on track. I'm gonna try to reuse. I'm gonna try to redo alt. Hi. Good morning. Looks like I'm going to take a break. So this is the end. Oh, one last thing. Go look at where, in some ways, what? Interrupt the insert mode? Oh, God, no. That's like a horrible... Parmigian was never a system administrator or a hacker or anything. He's done nothing but TypeScript most of his career, it sounds like to me. I love the dude, but remapping Control-C is a disastrously bad idea. I cannot more strongly disagree with that. That is so bad. Controls. It is a remap. Interrupted. Wait, if it's not remapped, then I might open my mind up to this. Let's try that. I just don't think you should do that. Wait, let's try this. Let me make sure I understand fully what you guys are saying. So you're saying blah 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 blah, and then Control C. No, it's a horrible idea. That's exactly what I would expect to happen. That does not work. It does not work. All right, watch. Insert, blah, 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 blah. Control C. All right, that one worked. Why did that one work? All right, let's try this. I'm gonna give it a benefit of the doubt. Remapping, look, using Control C for anything other than what it's intended to be is really bad idea. And that sounds like that's not what you're saying. Is that what you're saying? You're saying it's already in there? Okay, I'm okay with that. I'm like, in fact, that is a really good idea. Okay, maybe not for beginners though. Here's my fear with that. I don't want beginners to think that they can Control C to do everything else. That is a really great idea as long as you understand that it's not escape. You know what I'm saying? I'm opening my mind here. I'm opening my mind here to this idea, because I really respect Parmesan a lot. But if this is not something that's automatically on the system, I don't want anything to do with it. So let me try it again. Control C. You know what else I like about it? Let me tell you some things that I do like about it. I'm going to tell you right away one thing I really like about it is that it gives you a visual indicator that you changed modes. I really like that. So I might have you might have a convert right here today. You might have a convert. I love that it puts interrupted on the screen, because that gives me a visual indicator that I hit it correctly. Do you know what I mean? One of the annoyances of escape is that you don't get to see, unless you activate it by default, is you don't get to see it. But the default VI shows you an interrupt. So that's sort of compelling. That's sort of compelling idea. So yeah, I know. I might be. I mean, my control left bracket is still in my fingers, but I might be a convert to that. Thank you for bringing that up. All right, let me try something. Let's try it with VI. I want to see what it looks like with Vim. I think you might have just made a convert. Thank God for people sharing things. All right, so insert mode. I'm doing some inserting, and then I'm control-Cing, and I'm going down. Oh God, I am completely sold. In fact, now that I'm doing it, I can't think of anything else, because it is an interrupt, and that justification makes sense. Mighty, thank you for that. Massive points to Mighty. Let's see. Does Control-C anything when not in insert mode? No, it doesn't. Looks like it gets trapped. Look, everybody else who's in my chat, particularly the people who've been around a long time, they're really scared of Control-C, because Control-C has a very specific meaning. It's Control-C, just so you know, Control-C sends an interrupt. Now, normally when you send a program an interrupt, it cancels the program where it's at without saving. You see my concern here? So I have to be really, really, really sure that the default behavior of Control-C is not what's happening in regular VI as well as Vim before I can get behind that suggestion. Because you send an interrupt to anything in the middle that's not saved, and you will lose your changes. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. So we'll do this here, and we'll do this one here. We'll do this one here. So there you go. You guys got it? Yep, that looks like it worked. Everyone loves SIGINT. Yeah. So it's either Control-C or it would be Control left bracket. You know, to tell you the truth, both of them require a Control key hit. So I don't know if I'm sold. I don't know if I'm sold about that on that. Please no. That's another reason not to use Control-C, is because I've had kids try this, and they've used Control-Z and suspended their terminal, and then they get really freaked out. As a scripter, Control-C is scary. Script you set right in that spot. Yeah, I'm sure I could use Control-C. I already have escape. Yeah, I've got control. Look, I gave it some real serious consideration, but here's at the end of the day, here's the difference. The difference is look, Control-C is one hand, but I still have to stretch this pinky, right? The only thing that control left bracket is already mapped to escape. Can I ask you, does anybody know if the people who use Control-C, do they not have control left bracket? Do they not know about it? I'm wondering if they don't know about control left bracket, or maybe they don't have it available to them. Does not trigger insert leave auto command. Are you fucking kidding me? Hell no. No way. See, I was afraid of something like that, Mighty. And I want you to know I gave it some real serious consideration. Dude, I live off those commands, off those events. There's no way in hell I would ever use Control-C for anything. God, see, I was afraid. I was afraid of that. Anything that bypasses normal behavior is not something I'm, particularly when, look, okay, so I gave it a thought. I was like, man, this feels really good. and it kind of feels natural. And then I was like, but I'm scared because I don't want to do it. And then I backed off again. I flip-flopped really 3 times right there. And now we have substantial evidence to suggest you should never use Control-C, because people put those event traps inside of their plugins and stuff. And if you bypass that, you have no idea what plugin you've broken or any of your ability to write your own plugins. I would never do that. And plus, if you press Control-Z or X on accident, you're in trouble. And Control left bracket is just as easy to hit. In fact, Control left bracket is no worse. You know, Control left bracket is no worse. So I'm gonna go back to my original recommendations. Control left bracket is the best alternative to escape. The end. I talked about remapping caps lock if you want to do that, but I wouldn't become dependent on it because you can't be sure you're going to be on a system that has that. And if you're old and after you've learned Control left bracket or escape, and those are burned into your muscle memory, and you know you'll be good no matter what, then you might entertain some of these really lame, you know, double key alternatives that you don't even have to use your pinkies. Your fingers are already in place. I got to tell you, these are really cushy. For a guy like me, I went ahead. I used to hate these things, and then I went ahead and added them, and I can't tell you how happy they've made me. I don't even have to move my fingers, man. My fingers are just right there in the right place, doing the right thing. And so those are the different ways of doing it. Yeah. So thank you, Mighty, for looking that up. Yeah. Look, no hate at all for anybody on this particular topic. Control-C is control, meaning 3 keys. Yeah, Lunmar, I talked about that. The European keyboards, that didn't come up to me until about a year ago. So I actually am really open to what the alternatives for Europeans are, because Control left bracket doesn't work on their keyboards. They have to do Control Alt whatever. Yeah, but yeah, Alt and JKL looks the easiest way to exit instant mode. I like Alt. I think Alt is built into everything. I forgot to mention that way. I totally forgot about that way. Alt is built into everything, people. Everything. And that works on European keyboards and American keyboards. So that might be the way to get it to do it. Another thing too is it is a 2-finger thing. It's not a funky remapping, and it doesn't require anything in your vimrc. So Alt might be the answer. And I have to get my ring finger up to speed on Alt for that. You know, maybe I'm gonna try that one too. I mean, they're all fun ways to do it. Let's return to the 3 standard ways to do it though. Obviously the escape key, the Control left bracket. If you're on an American keyboard, I wouldn't recommend it on a European keyboard. And just Alt navigation. Alt plus navigation automatically sends an escape. And that also you don't lose your thing. Some ways that we're now going to that I personally am going to disagree with is Control-C, because it bypasses events. It doesn't send certain events to Vim that are needed for plugins and for other functionality, which I would never use. It also trains your fingers to do interrupts when normally an interrupt will just kill something that's running without any ability to save or something. So I don't want to encourage particularly beginners to do that. It's not standard, right? And the other non-standard way is to map your keys, your JK and stuff like that. But I'm actually going to try Alt. I'm going to try Alt. I'm going to give Alt some try here. You know, give it some real test. Mostly because it's an opportunity for me to use my ring key, train up my ring key, my ring finger, which is not very well trained. And I suck right now. I'm going back to my Control left bracket. All right, that's the end of this. I'm gonna take a break. Yeah, I was actually gonna find an old thing to show remapping the caps lock key. I'm done. Take a break.
Useless?
Don't what?
Do you think Facebook's useless?
I think Facebook is.
It's Ben's birthday, and I wouldn't have known that unless Facebook just told me.
Yeah, it's Ben's birthday. So there you go. Here you go. Let's go ahead and do a thing. Or some stem cell treatment to fix your fingers. Yeah, that would be fun. So let's do that. Let's do this. All right. So we can go ahead and do that. And what else can we do here? We can. I need to do the topic for the break. Sorry, guys. Break. until, actually I can just do an AFK, right? I have a new thing now. So AFK until 10:30. We'll come back, we'll do some more of that stuff. Do we do that? And we do, oh, the escape key. The reason it's so far away is because that's where it was originally on the keyboard. I was going to show you guys that, but I didn't. Oh well. gonna leave myself on break officially until I find this bug. I don't want to bore people with me finding the bug. I don't get it. That's got to be module cache. I'm almost positive it's module cache. Oh, you know what? It is because of the version. I didn't up the version. That's what happened. See? Fresh eyes. Saw it right away. Gotta walk away sometimes. Yep, that was the problem. I've been there the whole time. I just didn't bump the tag. Yep, so yep, that was it. B 0.2.2 alpha. Git push tag. I can't believe I didn't catch that. Oh well. Now we know. Pretty good chance when I do it now it'll fix it. Nope. Modular declares it as GitLab. No, it does not. I have fixed this so many times. Why are you keep lying about that? Right there, it's GitHub. Why do you keep lying? I wonder if I have a replace in here that's getting in the way. That might be. I bet that's it. I bet that's it. I bet you that's it. Nope. No replace directive in there. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. Well, I'll find it. Give me time. Alright, so we need to go get gh repo view. And we have 5 tags. The latest tag should be 0.2 alpha. I didn't update funding.yml. What? Wait a second. My origins screwed up in here? I bet they are. I bet that's what's going on. I bet you that's what's going on. It's my latest hypothesis. I wish I didn't have to do that every time. Yeah. No, just one origin too. Nothing, not a single thing at GitLab. But the thing that's weird is it's also not finding it. Welp. In my audio, are people talking? I think so. Yeah, there's people talking. I'll turn them down. There's people talking in the background, yeah. So, yeah. I don't know what's going on here. I'll figure it out though. This is the old Apache 2. It's like the new one's not getting updated. And I mean, I have the new license and everything. Oh wait, this is the one that still has the old license, so I need to copy that over. But there's stuff I still need to change from the old one. But it still says GitLab. I swear to God, I've been pushing this the whole time. Maybe not. Maybe not. I just don't understand. It's 1.2. 0.2. It has... It still says GitLab. It's like it's not pushing it. But it just said it pushed it. I just am really baffled. That's the only thing I can figure. But I did origins. See? What did I do wrong? Yeah, I did that already too. No. Did I not save this? Possible. It's very possible. We were talking about all kinds of things when we're trying to do this. Yeah. I committed it so many times in the case, and then I had to move another one out of the way, and then we had to remerge them and everything. So that's what happened. I mean, I literally wrote these exact words earlier. Back, I'll go find it. Yeah. So that's one part of it, and then I need to do a separate commit. So that makes me feel much better. Alright, I don't feel so stupid. No, my chat was trolling me, and I responded, which is always a mistake. So let's see here. I mean, I trust that's going to fix these problems here. I know. Thank you for the reminder. I'm about to change it. I didn't want to burden people with all this stupid like bug fixing. Every time I send a topic change, it goes to Twitter too, so I don't want them checking in and see me. I mean, God knows I do that already. So, that's actually, this should work just fine now. Yep, this should work. Come on. I'm going to do a clean again. Wait. Go clean. Hopefully it'll get the right one this time. Nope. This is so fucking annoying. Lesson to be learned. Migration on GitHub. So it still thinks... It still thinks someplace in here is a GitLab reference, and I absolutely can promise you there is not. Absolutely. Famous last words. Sorry for the... I'm going to go back to opaque for a second. Back to Groovebox colors temporarily. Activate Groovebox colors. Unsexy Groovebox colors. I can read that so much better. It's not as calming, but... Alright, so we've got an issue. This still thinks there's GitLab in here somewhere. I'm repping everything. There ain't no GitLab in here. Or is there? There's nothing. There's no GitLab in the whole fucking repo. Why does it still think there's a module that's called GitHub? GitLab. And I just cleaned out everything. There is no go.mod that has that. Module declared as path. GitHub.com RWX command tab. The only way would be is if I had a replace directive, which I don't. Command tab at none, updating to GitHub RWX command tab, blah, 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 parsing go.mod. Module declares this path as GitLab RWX. It does not do that anymore. It does not. It hasn't done that for a long time. So this is because of some bogus dumbass cache listing. And that means that my disabling of cache has been turned off. And that's because I'm using 1.16, which means it's probably ignoring the cache directive. I bet you that's it. The only thing that's changed between this and the last time I worked on it was I put 1.16 on the system instead of 1.15. That means it's not observing environment variables that disable loading from the cache. Either that or I've modified my environment so it doesn't have it anymore. Yep. Actually, let's do this. It'd be, so that would be, what do we call it? Go env. So here's my env. Why is there a go mod set? GitHub go mod, command tab go mod, okay. Do I have something in there? That's weird. Well, GitHub, there it is, right there. I am baffled. It doesn't have, you know what? You know what? It doesn't have the stuff I have about modules. This will ruin your day with Go. The module cache doesn't get updated, and you have to do all kinds of extra things to stop it to go direct. And I noticed that none of my stuff is set there for that. Either that or Go, or the new Go just ignores it. And I'm on the hunt for a difference here. I believe what's happening is that the module cache is pulling down an old version, and that's happened to me in the past. Tag that still references GitLab. Oh, my go mod refs. Matt, you are the man. That's exactly what it is. It's got to be. That's what it's got to be. That's got to be in my sums. Where's my? I did a go mod clean though. Do you know what I mean? No, there's no go mod entries for that. I wonder if it's on. No, I think this is a 1.16 thing. I don't know. We're gonna see. So here's the actual thing. I mean, if that were true, there would be a reference to it in the. It would have pulled up because it would have pulled up in Git and go.sums or something, but it's not there. This is very fascinating. I think it has to do more locally with my local cache, but I thought I cleared my local cache, but apparently I didn't. So, well, there's one way to be damn sure. Personally, I don't want to do this yet. I'm gonna just move it out of the way. I have a feeling that Go 116 does something different with the Go direct environment variable. I have a feeling. I can't prove that yet, but I have a feeling that's what's going on. So that would mean if I move .go local, well, where's my Go stuff? My Go SRC. Echo, let's see, env, grab Go. See, here's, I have Go private. So you want this, my Go bin. Go proxy is direct. See, this is supposed to tell it to not go get. I want the stuff straight off of GitHub. I don't want to get the stuff from the prod. That's not being observed anymore. That's my theory. And my Go path. Okay, so if I cd into .local go, So I'm actually going to do something here. I'm going to move. I'm going to move Go to Go-rig. And I mean, this thing can be completely recreated. It's not necessary for any purpose whatsoever. So that's not hurting anything. I just want to test something. Maybe the clean that I've been doing didn't get everything. That's possible. It's very possible that was happening. So this other thing was still cached. Don't need to mess with .dot files yet. So here we have. I kind of like not having the backgrounds when I want to get work done. It's easier for me to see. So what do I have here? I have. Where am I? Am I in the right place? Yeah. Okay. So sample. Actually. Yeah. All right. This is the one. Which one is this? Okay, works can. I gotta label my things. Conf dash. They're being loud in the other room. Oh my god. Can you hear them? They're yelling. Alright, so here we go. I say you need to go get this thing. I already have that someplace. There we go. Downloaded. Still has a problem. That really rules out all the possibilities because there was nothing for it to conflict with. So that means it's not looking at it's disregarding direct. My theory is that it's trying to pull the old version of 2.2 off of it could just be that I'm still missing a GitLab somewhere. It obviously the module does not declare its path as GitLab. That is not true. That is not true. It's not true. We just proved it. Look, I'll show you. If we go on, let's go to the one on the site. All right, so this is 2. Let's get to the right version. Tags. Where's 2.2 alpha? Okay. 2.2 alpha verified source. Okay, so let's actually look at the source code. Where's the source code? Well, I guess I have to go back to. I mean, it's the head. It's the head release. It's the head source. I don't do this a lot, so I don't know why that's listed as the. I don't know why that's listed as the main thing too. Anyway, so this is. See, there's the changes. Moral of the story: don't go off of GitHub. Just stay on GitHub. Or don't be a moron. I don't know. Look, it's still got a patch. I haven't changed the license yet. I'm gonna do that. It's gonna change to MPL 2. But for right now, we'll leave that there. I mean, everything else has changed. And I just do not understand. Hey, watch. Here's the Go mod. It's telling me that it says that it's inspecting the Go mod file, and then it's seeing in here that it says GitLab, but obviously it doesn't. And this is the most recent version. So it's lying. It's definitely lying, and I don't know where it's getting the data from. Oh, you found it? Did I tag an old version somehow? How could I have tagged this old of a version? Okay, so what happened was I tagged the old version before I did the save, and then I saved thinking the other tag was updated, and so I need to do a tag overwrite. All right. Thank you. Yep. That's exactly what happened. Yep. Yeah, it does. It does. How did you get to the command tree, by the way? Oh, you put it over here? Yeah, if somebody else out there is watching, how would they do that? Did they just change the release over here? Because I don't do releases very much. It's not something that I'm really proficient with. So what I want to know is how you found that, so I can find it myself. Oh, you went here and you just went down the releases. Okay. Pfft. Why didn't I see that? I don't use tagging very much. So I should. There you go. Now everybody who's watching this won't be me. It'll be better than me. So there's absolutely the reason. I was looking at head and I was not looking at the last release. There you go. Thanks, Peter. That is definitely the reason. So, yeah. So the reason that this happened was there's a number. It was anybody could have easily made the same mistake. I had code on GitLab and code on GitHub, and the repo at one point was pushing to both places, so I was confused about that. I made some win changes, and in the newest version, and then when I went to commit, it failed, and I didn't notice it because the changes were I didn't have the latest, and so because that change failed, I went through. I moved the other old one out of the place. I still need to put those changes back in, by the way. I moved it out of the way, pulled it all back down. Basically did a merge conflict. I could have stashed or something, but I didn't want to mess with the repo. I am going to create a new tag. I can actually just update this tag. I can do a tag force. I know how to do this fix. But let me just recap. So after that happened, then I had a tag. I forgot to push the code after I made the change, but I tagged it and I pushed the tag. So what I ended up doing is I ended up tagging old code, and then I ended up finding out that I didn't do the push, and then I did the push, and so now I had newer code than the tagged code, and I was thinking, well, the tag is the most recent. Why is it pulling down the last tag? And by the way, if you're not using tagging and you're doing package stuff just for fun, this will never become an issue. But you really should tag your packages, even if you're going to do them alpha. And I've only started tagging packages probably within the last 8 months. I've started tagging packages because I kind of want them to be more robust and not just little things on GitHub that I use for myself. And so in the process of tagging, accidentally tagged old code that was pulling down the old code because it was very Vulkan. It was like, all things being eliminated, the result must be it, and it was obviously using the wrong thing. And then Peter he went to actually look at the thing. And this gives you a sense of how little I use tagging. I didn't actually switch my tags down like this. Had I done that, I would have found it immediately. So if I would have went to tags and I would have went to 2.2, I would have seen right away that this is not the same code that I have in head or master branch, which has not been yet tagged because I just added it after the fact. So it was a bunch of interacted steps that broke with my normal way of doing it, which caused me to miss some really obvious things. It's just story of my life. I mean, also we had lots of chat going on at the same time, which caused me to not focus. Which just goes to show, dude, you're gonna do better work without distractions. You just are, and I'm allowing myself to have a live stream distraction, which is going to cause me to make some pretty substantial errors and stuff that, can be fixed. But I just rather do this and have a good live stream community than not. But I tell you what, the other night when I was like muted, I was so much more efficient because I was just like totally focused on everything I was doing, and I had to really face the reality that I'm a much more effective developer and admin when I'm not streaming. I'm like really laser focused and I'm really good. And when I do it on live stream, I come off as a babbling fool, and it's the nature of it. But you know what? At least you'll learn because you'll see me make stupid mistakes for whatever reason. It doesn't matter, and you won't make those mistakes, and you'll be better off for it. So there. We can't be sad. Today is Friday. So yeah, I'm gonna push the tag. Oh God, sexy beast. How's it going, Yixery? We're gonna do a tag. Git tag. What are we doing on this channel? Well, right now we're not doing anything. We're just taking a break. So, there we go. I'm gonna do a tag. It's gonna say you already have a tag. Name that. Actually, I don't know. Let me try it. I'm pretty sure if I try to push it, it won't work. I think I have to force. was gonna say, you have one already. No, it did it. Hardy har. What don't I shit on? Wait, that's not what I didn't click on that. 2 months, 18 minutes ago. Let's see if that updated. I don't think it did. Or did it? Nope, it didn't. I'm gonna force the tag. It does work. I've done it a lot before, but you have to do a -F, but I don't remember where the -F goes. Yep. Oh wait, is it? I think it's push tags. Yeah, I'm being stupid. Yeah, I don't know. I know I have. Look, I have that process down, but I'm not doing it. I want to make sure I do it right. There is definitely a way to update the tag. There is. Yep, I've done it. I just don't do it every day, so I'm gonna make sure to go look it up and do it right. It might be you have to delete the previous tag and then re-add it. I think I'm gonna have to do that. Yeah, I think that was what I had to do. There's the get update tag. Tag. Delete prerequisites. No. Get tag. Got it. List tags. Delete tag. Ongoing. No. Nope. Don't need that. Push. Origin. How to update tags. Get tag -F. Name to update. Hash code new commit. We didn't have to do that. So we intend to update the tag from blah blah blah. Objective same. You can do this without doing this though. I thought you could do this without doing the new commit. Guess you can't. -D tag, right? Well, that deletes the tag. I don't want to delete a tag. I want to update the tag. Yeah, but there is a way to update the tag with one command. Everybody says to do that, but I know there's a way to update the tags. They'll force a new one. I've done it that way too. I'm not saying we should do it this way. Normally, just people delete the tag and make a new one, but there is a way to do it. I just want to do the research. I've got it right here in front of me. I thought the -F didn't need the hash codes. I didn't think it needed the hash codes, but apparently it does. Yep. So yeah. So get. Let's go. First of all, look at all our tags. There they are, and I do get tag. This. But and that will not. If you do dash. See, it already exists, right? If you do -F, it says it updates it. There. See, you don't need the extra thing. There, it did it. It did it. See that? You can use get -F, and then I forgot to do the order, and then you do get tags push. Get push tag. That's what I did wrong. So there we go. Oh, this also has to be -F. -F. So there you go. You don't have to delete it. And you can just do update. There. So I was right on one thing. And I knew I decided this is wrong too. This says this. Wait. Yeah, it does. So you don't need to do what that said. You don't have to do the extra thing. It will automatically do. If you do get tag -F, it will automatically update to the latest one. So there. That works. Now it probably will work. All my other worries will go away and life will be good. And if I refresh this, it should now say 11 minutes ago or whatever, which it doesn't. 23 minutes ago. Okay, so migration of GitLab. So this is now what I expect to be. It should also be in sync with head. And therefore, I should not have to do any of the other stuff I was doing. And sorry, Go, for blaming you for doing the wrong thing with modules. Obviously, you're still behaving properly. It's just me not doing git tagging properly. So that makes me feel much better. And except for that, there, as engineers and developers, it's really easy to say, oh, the program's not working, or oh, the language is broken, or oh, the system has a bug. And I cannot tell you how many times in my life that I'm like, this can't possibly be me. It's got to be one of these things. And I like blame everything else. And then I keep going, no, I got to keep looking, and I find out it's my problem. And I'm okay owning that. But the reason I have to tell this story, because you have to understand where the anger comes from when I talk about a couple languages where I did all of that expecting eventually for it to be something that I did wrong, and it wasn't. It was the language. And there's been 3 times that that's happened in my life. One time they had to fly a guy in from Sun Microsystems to validate the error with the Java virtual machine. Why do you think I hate Java so much? And I was telling everybody that this was Java, and they're like, no, it's you. You just refuse to admit it's you. And in that case, it was Java. And I had to defend myself for 3 weeks against this fucking bug in Java in 98. And it turned out I was right the whole time. And so why do you think I get angry? 99% of the time, it is me not looking hard enough, like I just did. But that 1% of the time when I was right, and it was actually the language, and there was a bug in the language, and I ripped my hair out, so I don't have any, those times are the ones that you remember and you don't forget. And that's why I have such a hard time forgiving Java for that particular problem. PHP, same exact thing. Only this time, I produced detailed statistics and stats graphs that showed a persistent memory leak that was undeniable in PHP. It was overwhelming. And I was able to prove it without having to pull in an extra person. And so when I see these things happen, what's a language that's never done that for? When they admitted it was, oh God, you have no idea. You have no idea. I tell this story all the time because the guy, they flew on this guy and he was like, hey, how's it going? He was expected to be, you gotta understand, so Sun Microsystems paid a lot of money and Nike went out of their way to spend their time bringing this guy in. I was fucking sweating bullets. I was so terrified that they were going to find this, like what I just did. Can you imagine going through all of that problem and having them find this and having them find that it was my problem the whole time? I would have been so humiliated I would have quit on the spot. I was terrified. I was so terrified. And I had like and it was really, really weird because it didn't happen every time. You had to like isolate the situation. And I actually put a poster size print out on outside my cubicle. I said, this works, this doesn't. I had gotten down to the rootest of causes and I had finally got it. I said, no, I am so confident now that we need to bring it in. I had to make it really, really, really boil down. So my test case was so isolated that the person could understand it as soon as they saw it. You know what his response was? Huh. I've told this story so many times, but I just will never forget that. It was like in the afternoon, about 3 p.m. The guy's like, huh. You have no idea how validating that huh was. I'd stumped this like SME that they'd flown in on their expense for hundreds of dollars to look at this bug for Nike because Nike was a big customer. And that was the validation I got. There was never an apology. There was never a, we should like, but they just said, oh, we'll take a look at that. Let's go back to the system. The only thing I needed though was that, huh. And then the indirect saying to my boss, yeah, he found a bug in the system. This is something you guys are gonna have to figure out a workaround. And I'd already had a workaround for it, but I was so annoyed by it because I had to like dig the thing down. That happened on the Nike.com team. Yep, I was working on the shopping cart application for Nike.com. Yeah, for Nike ID, and that happened, and we were on deadline and everything, and I hated it. There was a YouTube video of someone who got kicked from work as a coder on the first day of work because he managed to overwrite the entire code base or delete the whole enterprise. Yeah. Well, they're supposed to have backups for that sort of thing. I mean, that's more on the company than it is on the person. But I tell you what, you cannot not learn Git. And that includes branching and stuff. And I try to avoid that. I mean, today I have somebody, one of the people that I mentor, I actually want to ask their parents. I really would love to mentor him live with you guys because he's so funny. He's a young guy, but he's brilliant. And I don't want to throw Git at him. It'll just bore him. But eventually you have to learn it. You know what I mean? They should have kicked the CTO for this error. Yeah. Yeah, that is, if they don't have source management backups of some kind, that's not the guy's problem. You should have a safety net. No kidding. In fact, I have too much of a safety net these days. I'm pushing most of my repos to 2 different origins because I don't even trust GitHub. Can you imagine if GitHub lost all its code? Now, thank God it's Git, right? But can you imagine? Can you imagine if Google stopped? There's actually a conference where they say the day Google went down, and it's all about the day that Google goes offline and Gmail and everything stopped. I don't know. It's like, it would just terrifying. Yeah. We are so centralized now, and Git was designed to be decentralized, thank God. You know, source, when we used to use SourceForge. SourceForge was all based on SVN, and if it went down, there was no way to get a backup because it wasn't distributed. And that's why Torvalds like overnight made Git practically. Because he's like, no, all these systems are not resilient. They're all centralized and they're not resilient. Torvalds' decision to make every single repo, locally or otherwise, a full copy was a brilliant move. I mean, it doesn't take a lot of common sense to think that way, but I'm glad that he did. I really am. Probably him and his team. But anyway. So I'm going to change my topic here that we know the error is. Let me just confirm that this isn't the error and I'll get off break. Technically I'm on break still, right? And let's see what we got. I'm going to be unsexy for a while here. Let me think here. Oh, you're not even seeing my screen key, are you? I just realized you're not seeing it. I gotta fix that. Sorry about that. Because I moved it because I was monitoring. There's some things I've been doing lately. Oh no. I'm a little worried. Change this to 10. Do. There you go. Now you can see. You couldn't see it before. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, of course. As long as it's not going to get me booby banned or whatever. All right, so let's do this. This guy is done now. Oh, wait, no, it's not. I still need to migrate in the other changes. What is it? What is it? What is this? Another reason to use GitHub, it looks good in links. GitLab doesn't even display because it's got too much JavaScript dependency. A simple library to compute relative dates from string. Oh! Did you make this? Oh, you the man or woman or whatever. I don't mean that to be derogatory. That's very cool. Oh my god. Does it do the minus too? How'd you do this? Did you write your own No, I don't think it's part of standard library. I don't think it is. Did they have to be capitalized? Please tell me no. Okay. Parse last Wednesday 2 weeks ago. Did you do it as yeah, this is cool. Last Tuesday, 2 seconds ago. Yeah, these are fun, aren't they? You did your own library. Super duper cool. Does it have 100% date compatibility? If it does, I'm happy to put it in instead of using my date dependency. This is awesome. Does it have Fortnite in there? Oh, Fortnite. Yes. Yeah. This is really cool. This is really cool. Keep going with this. I'll play around with this for sure. Yeah, I'll definitely will. Yeah. All we want is the date-d stuff. That's it. That's it. Yeah. Super cool. It's a really good opportunity to write a parser too. Yeah, that's super cool. Thank you so much for sharing that. Hopefully everybody else got a copy of that. People don't know what I'm talking about. Date-d is one of the best things you'll ever use. It lets you change your date by using an offset syntax that's natural language, like last week, last year, or something. And it's really great when you want to select a date that is some sort of interval off from your current time. And there are many libraries to do this, but as far as I know, there hasn't been one I've been able to find that has an actual one that is one for one compatible with the date-d flag, which can be dropped in for people who have written scripts that use date-d, which I've done a lot of. I've written a lot of scripts that depend on date-d, so I want compatibility with that language as a subset minimally, and then if it has more, fine. Super cool. I can't wait to go look at that. I'm gonna go open it and bookmark it. Good job. Good job. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure that stays up. All right. Rough morning. It's a rough morning. A very emotional morning for me. More than I normally plan on. I like this stuff in the background, but I'm also liking this nice plain screen. Or just something about it. I mean, it's just code. It's just me and code. You know how to change it back, right? Got to go to black. And then you can transparency on. There you go. All right. So, get off YouTube. Did I say that? Get off YouTube. Don't know what I said there. So a couple things I still have to fix here from the old one. I need to the DCO. This license should be. We're going to move the license. I'm going to move the old license. Command tab original. Older license. I'm moving to MPL on this. And yeah. Default Pop OS. Yep. I don't need more. Get off Google. Yeah, I'm off Google for the most part. All right, so we're gonna do what with this? Git status, git add license, git commit. From Apache to NPL to license. All right, that's there. And then we have the other things that are missing, which have win size in them. So I put those in my tab here. So we need to change win size. We need to export this or it doesn't get used. That was the problem. That's the only difference here is that this just needs to be exported. So I need to do that. And that's in format. Go. And this will be the end of this port and it'll be done. In fact, I'm going to delete the other one so I don't ever get confused again. Where are you, win size? You need to get exported. Which, I know this is lame, but this is a Windows thing. I blame Windows. Others. One size, one size, one size. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. It happened. We were trying to we compiled an application for Windows on a Linux machine, which you can do with Go, and I hit a really old bug that I hadn't checked because I wasn't checking against Windows installs. And this is it. I actually wonder. Let me check one other thing here. I think that might be defined by the external library. Oh no. No, I can do that. Okay, that's fine. Yep, I thought this could be an internal struct. I didn't think I was going to need to do this, but you definitely have to define it. I actually could have done this as an anonymous struct. I don't think anything else uses win size. I don't think. Of type win size. I don't think anything uses it. I could have done that as an anonymous struct, but let's let it work because I know this one works. All right, so I mean, the way we can test this is we'll build this other command for something else. Git add, git commit. So we are exported when SZ do. Okay, so we can go ahead and push that. I'm gonna have to up the tag. Git push. Yeah. That's more of a bug fix, so I probably should tag that v0.2.3 alpha. Push the tags, and we should be good to go. That means we are in full agreement, so I can get rid of this old one. cmdtab older. And I can get rid of the one on GitLab. So GitLab. What did I put in GitLab? Change the whole world. Yeah. Hello or world, depending on which side of it on. I don't know. I don't think so. That kind of thing I'd probably be on the beginning of it and just do CIW, which would, or just do CW, and it would change from that point to the end. I think. So. I mean, I don't know. I would probably be, yeah, so CIW changes the whole thing, right? But if I go to here, and it would be a CIW, because underscore is still a word, right? So I would probably go here and I would just do CW. That's probably what I would do. Since you're already in the middle, I would go to here and do CW. Are you just trying to change this part here? If you're here, I would do this. I would do CT underscore. I'm going to try it again. I use CT all the time. CT is so useful. So like, let's say I don't want to change this whole thing. I do CT capital E. Right? Or if I want to change everything up to the parentheses, CT this. I use it constantly. It's It's really useful. And then capital C, of course, which isn't covered in Vim Tutor. Yeah, CT. I use CT for so many things because it's just really, just kind of works across the board for different things. So anyway, I should change my topic back. I do want to delete my GitLab repo that matches that name. Delete list. All right, so this is a program I made some time ago to deal with GitLab. And if you want it, play with it. So GAL list. Auth command not found. What are you talking about? Auth command not found. Did I delete it? Oh boy, that's not good. Somehow I have wrecked my installs. So I need to do that. Go install cmd auth. Oh boy. I'm gonna have to port everything. I knew this was gonna be like pulling the whole jungle in. I don't need to change AFK because I'm still AFK. I don't want people to watch this. If you watch it, you watch at your own peril. I'm still AFK. I only put a topic on there when it's like something useful. So, yeah, I know it says I'll be back like whenever. Go get GitHub command tab. And the required module provides package prompt to add it to go get prompt. I'm gonna have to do this for a lot of things because I just moved all that stuff out of the way. You know what? Or I can restore stuff. Why don't I do that? Why don't I just do that? .local -rf go. Actually, no. No, I'm gonna do it. Go. Oh boy. What do you mean permission denied? I can totally do that if I want to. Alright, fine. Go to go new. Move go dash rig to go. Alright, let's make sure we didn't break anything. Now I found it.
I'm making coffee.
More coffee?
Well, I only have like a cup.
Okie dokie. How are you? I'm cleaning this place up.
I'm up.
I know you come in here and you're like,
I
"It's a
didn't even think
disaster."
of that.
I know she does. This is my wife. I need to take a break. I'm gonna make sure my ghost stuff didn't break. Actually, I realized I just changed the binary path last time. I didn't change the actual caches, guys.
Should I hug you on this side so
No.
you can see my tattoo?
Oh my god, your cool tattoo. She always tells everybody, you know what that tattoo is? Let's see if they can guess what it is.
It's old. I got it from before. Can they see it? From before it was cool.
What is it?
Can they even see? Hi.
Terms of service.
Terms of service.
We're violating terms of service. Time for me to take a break.
Where are the comments?
Right there.
Oh. Oh, is that what that means? TOS?
Terms of service.
Is that the artist? I am, in fact, the artist.
Oh, yeah. Artistic
That's what I will be
expression.
doing today.
You've been doing art?
I've been doing art. I know it doesn't look like it. Looks like I'm sitting around watching TV, but I'm actually
Well,
making art.
yeah, I'm sitting around talking into a thing. I'm gonna go get some coffee with my wife here in a bit after I can settle down. I don't make sure I didn't blow up my universe here before I leave this. What art? DoorsCaptor.com.
Yeah, it works for sale.
She's like, what art? And I'm like, DorisCapture.com. Even though I got her the .art domain, she's not using it.
You got me the art domain?
Yes, you've had it the whole time.
It's complicated because you can't help me all the way, so the partial doesn't, you know?
This is what happens when you marry an artist.
This is what happens when you marry a technologist. They tell you, oh, it'd be so much easier if you did that. For you,
She uses Wix.
it's terrible. But I have no choice.
She hunt and pecks.
I do not hunt back. Did they catch that? Did they catch the
Yeah,
violence?
they see it all. This is me. I am the Chuck to her Sarah.
No.
If Sarah were to start,
I was in law enforcement.
if-
I was
if-
not as cool as Sarah. But
if Chuck were to start beating, or Sarah would start beating on Chuck, instead of protecting him. No, she's awesome. You're a code artist. Oh wow, look at that.
yeah, that's what you are.
Yeah, whatever. It is art. In fact, what's that book you've been recommending we should read?
Which one?
The Artist's Way. Causes you
Oh,
to
yeah,
think.
yeah.
Causes you to think differently.
Well, it sparks your creativity because everyone's an artist, and you can be doing everything passionately and creatively.
The Artist's Way
Yeah,
book.
by Julia Cameron.
Julia Cameron. So I would have put that in my search, but no. Moving to Canada. No, we're not moving to Canada. We can't move to Canada, unfortunately. Lots of nude stuff. Interesting.
Yes.
Those are all actually you didn't. Those are like your speed portraits, aren't
Those are
they?
gesture drawings.
What is that?
Gesture drawings are like under a 10-minute and under
10 minutes.
drawing.
Or she does it under 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Marry a tech husband, and he'll make you feel like the best artist in the world.
and hopefully he'll make enough money to buy you a studio. This is my sugar daddy.
Oh, I should rethink this whole live thing. Should probably rethink that. I need to leave. I need to
Those are all originals.
originals, of course.
I don't make prints.
She's not a print person. No. And now I no longer can. I have no idea what I was thinking about before.
They're highly affordable. That's probably why they think they're prints.
What? They're not
Highly
prints.
affordable.
Right. She should probably triple the price. Yeah, she's the real deal, man. Like, real deal. Always has been. I'm going to come join you in a second after I ensure that.
Shower.
The problem is that I'm right on the edge of like. I didn't. No, I just. All right. You guys know how I have this like. I am going to trip off the cliff here in my head if I don't finish this like migration. And
Take a shower before the trial starts.
okay, yeah, she's been watching every second of the trial for impeachment. I'm like, I don't need to watch that. All right, so let me regroup. I want to take a break, but I'm like so terrified that I left like something undone. You ever have that? You know what I mean? And like it doesn't allow me to relax until I know that I've got everything covered. So, so this is the life of a technologist. I'm sure you guys understand this. How many of you have been coding and you've been like deep in the bowels of like some really, really tough code, and something completely random happens and you can't find your place again? It takes you 30 minutes to find your place again. And then you get into that spot where you're like fully understanding the logic again. You're like getting into it. And then something else interrupts you. And it has nothing to do with what's interrupting you. It's like, it has nothing to do with what it is that interrupts you. It's the fact that you just got yourself back into the flow of what you were working on mentally. You like retraced the algorithm, got to the steps, and then boom, it gets blown up again. This is why writers, when they do writers things, this is why they go to a cabin and they like lock themselves away. So it's why, working from home, there's a rule that I learned actually from IBM. There was, I don't know if it was a rule or something, but somebody said one of the best rules for working from home, and God, I love my wife. I love her deeply. But my locked coding cave. Yeah, but that's probably why you're so efficient, productive, Lunmar. You're like really productive. So one of the rules they would say is 2 doors. You need 2 doors of separation between you and your family. He goes to the woods for a week and just writes C. Wow. How's it going, live book? So it's nothing to do with that, but that was a perfect case of that where, you know, I deeply, deeply love my wife when she comes in, but in that particular case, she interrupted me like right in the middle of something really critical that I'm worried about. So it's like, I can't fully give her my attention because I'm like, in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh shit, I'm going to forget this. And then that like taints my response. And then they, what, you don't want me to say I love you? Stuff like that. It's the plight of the coder, the technologist, you know? Always fun when someone works hours of overtime in office and when you're getting prompted to want to save and you click cancel instead. This is why open floor plan is such bullshit. Open floor plan is such bullshit. You don't have the mental space to be a knowledge worker, a good knowledge worker, and to be able to entertain random light talk around the office. You've got to be able to totally dive in to that really, really difficult algorithm or the architectural concept in your head or whatever it is, and you need to be able to really immerse yourself in it to get to deep workflow state. And you can't do that if you have an open floor plan. You just can't. So yeah, move out of your bunker. I think that would be really fun, actually. That would be fun. So let me make sure I didn't break anything. Starting with my GL tool. Let's do this. List. So I'm assuming I can list. It doesn't seem to want to be listing. What is it doing? It's taking way too long to list all my stuff. Oh, there they are. Oh, that's right. It has to do multiple pages. Man, do I have a lot of stuff. Go up here and find them all. So all of these have to get taken out of here. And the reason it takes so long is because it does multiple requests using pagination with the GraphQL API. It's either GraphQL or Rust. I can't remember. I mean REST, not Rust. I just want to make sure CMD is here. So RWX Rob command tab is there. I'm going to go ahead and give that minimalist lifestyle. Yeah. Well, you know, it's tough because you still have to have a family too, right? My wife's really excited to get a new house because she wants to have she has like an artist shack because she has to have a kiln and everything. And she goes to work, you know, she can walk over there and work there. So that's the thing. It says CL, no, GL. I'm deleting repos here. This is why I'm a little bit stressed. I'll just use GL. I didn't even give this usage. You gotta be kidding me, really? Wow, I must have done this one fast. Oh, I didn't add a command completion. So here's how you do this. I need to add this to my resources. GL, wait, complete -c GL. That's how you do command completion properly. It doesn't require an eval. GL tab. Now I have everything I can do. I want to delete. Please don't interrupt. Okay. RWX slash CM. This is a very. They won't even give you access to this with the GH tool because it's so dangerous. In your 20s? Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know. Oh boy. Okay, GL delete. I'm deleting repos here. I need to be... I'm deleting repos. I gotta be really focused for a second. Oh, I mean, this is literally one of those times when you can really ruin your day. I have a backup locally, so I'm good to go. 202 accepted. So apparently I just deleted a repo. Should we go see? Let's see. I'm just going to confirm that it actually happened. GitLab.com rdvxrob /cmdtab. Nope. Gone. See, this is another reason I get people that tell me they hate GitLab. That whole little pause thing. This is another thing too. You have to be signed in before you can browse the repos. You can't go straight to a repo list. These little annoyances that I just went through are so annoying that I'm like, I'm starting to become anti GitLab. Before I was like, okay, it's just the tables are being, the balance is being weighted in for usability towards GitHub. And now I'm like, this fucking sucks. I mean, do you see this? I can't even go see a fucking repo unless I log in. That is like so annoying. I've already moved most of my stuff off of GitLab. Yeah, I did videos on this actually. So if you go watch the vids on GitHub, I got 2 of them. One at the beginning of the year and one at the end of the year where I moved back. But this particular annoyance that I'm having right now, I'm gonna actually change the topic because I want people to understand that I don't just make these decisions lightly. I'm just gonna do a quick topic change. One major reason I left GitLab. And actually, somebody I've worked with in the past, Greg, you've met him on the stream before. He showed me about this some time ago, and it didn't really hit me until recently. So I'm gonna take naturally what would be a normal thing. I just migrated off. I had a repo and I've been moving it over to GitHub. I did another video. You guys can watch those videos where I compared GitHub to GitLab. And in the beginning of 2020, I was like moving toward GitLab. And by the end of 2020, for many, many reasons, I documented in a 90-minute video you can go look at, I decided that it was time, sad as I was, to go back to GitHub because GitHub is just destroying GitLab on every front. But one of the most annoying things, one of the reasons that, I have mixed feelings, but at this point, my feelings are starting to teeter on angst against GitLab because GitLab sucks in a few ways for usability that I just cannot bear. And I want to share one of those with you right now. So first thing is I can't even browse the thing because it's completely JavaScript dependent. I can't open it with links and guide knows. I like to use text-based browsers, but that's not a reason for most people. But this is, when I try to go to see a repo that exists, and I go to see, like, let's go see anything that I've done, like my auth repo, let's say, auth go or something. It will pull it up, but sometimes it won't do that. Sometimes when you do it, it will actually run you through a thing that authorizes your browser, and it takes like 30 seconds to decide whether to see your browser. I can't recreate it now because I already did it once. Or if you go to something that doesn't exist, it doesn't tell you it doesn't exist. So in this particular case, we're going to go to the one I just removed, Command Tab. So then it goes to something that doesn't exist, and it says, it doesn't tell you the thing doesn't exist. It says you need to sign in, and then you click on the projects to explore, no login needed. And it finally gives you this, but it still doesn't tell me whether that thing existed or not. It still doesn't tell me. So if I go here and I try to do it again, I'll do the same thing all over again. This is just really annoying because anyone who's been using GitHub for a long time knows if you just put in the URL to the Git thing, if it doesn't exist, you get a 404, that project doesn't exist or something. But in this particular case, you don't really get any direct indication that the thing is there or not. You just get you have to sign in. So you end up signing up and signing in, even if you didn't want a GitLab account. And now you can't, it says here you can browse for free, but it still doesn't tell you whether the thing is this. So then it's saying, okay, so I'm going to go here. I'm going to go Command Tab. And it's like, oh, there's no public groups called Command Tab. Explore public groups to find projects to contribute to. Okay, well, there doesn't appear to be any trending. So let's click on all. And let's try it again this way. Command Tab. All right, so there's my old RWX Command Tab, which is apparently there. I didn't even know that was there. And then here's somebody who actually forked mine, and it may be using it for some purposes. This is the old one, though. I'm not going to be using that one much more, even though it's still starred, and I was able to find it. And there's advantage to that. The point being is it was a really, really, really roundabout way to just answer one question. Show me the repo, and where is it? And I can't do that. So I have to go here, and then I'd like, does it exist or not? That's just a really big annoyance with me. I'm sorry. All right, I'm going to go on break. So for a few minutes, and when I come back, I'll be doing some more Go coding. using the configurator and the tab complete commander and all that. So we'll be doing that. Yeah, I use links all the time. I use links in W3M. I did a video on comparing those two. Very, very close race. They're both really great. I mentioned Greenfield project when I started on my current company 2 years ago, and there was one guy so set on GitLab that we just rolled with it. 2 years later, death by 1,000 small cuts. And Whiskey Hoss, I would have been the guy recommending it to you. I would have been the guy recommending it to you because I really believed in it. But by the end of 2020, there's this undeniable proof that GitHub is the way to go, and not to mention that it has dark mode. There's just so many tiny little reasons to use it, and since I've been using it, I just can't even. When I have to go back to GitLab now, despite all of my sincere feelings about what they attempt to do and try to do, I just cannot stand how horrible the execution on the interface is. It's just so hard for me to navigate. It's death by 1,000 small cuts, even though they've thought of little things that GitHub still doesn't have. Something as simple as an animated GIF. I don't know why you would use that, or even an icon for your project. You can't even do that on GitHub. But the open source thing, the biggest of all, though, the biggest single reason, without watching the whole video, to get off GitLab is the really, really ancient API that's not documented. And GitHub Actions, GitHub Actions destroyed GitLab's pipeline edges. Yes, totally did. It just completely deflated it. GitHub's API and their GH command line tool written in Go, whether or not you like it and you need to wrap it up to make it even better, you can add aliases to it and stuff. All of that stuff in terms of usability as a developer absolutely obliterates GitLab. And those things by themselves, and now the fact that GitHub Enterprise is getting real big adoption, I think GitLab's in trouble. I wouldn't put anything on it. I'm trying as fast as I can to get off of it. Meanwhile, I want to put stuff on Git T2 because I don't want GitHub to all of a sudden decide to delete all my repos, which is what they're planning on doing because they dropped my educational status from SkillStack, even though I've had it for 8 years and I'm still teaching. GitHub Enterprise is amazing. Yeah. So I think GitLab is in serious trouble. And I don't like saying that. It makes me kind of sad, actually. It's one of those things where like NeoVim. I mean, I don't like NeoVim either, but NeoVim pushed Vim to do the right thing, and so did GitLab. But I don't. They don't have the financial backing. They don't have the adoption. They don't have a lot of the other things that are causing GitHub to just kick ass right now. GitHub went from 10 million users last time I checked to 50 million users. Meanwhile, GitLab went from like 800,000 to like, I don't know, like 900,000. It's in my other video, but it was this tiny little. I could not believe that we're on 50 million GitHub users now. So it doesn't make me happy that with Microsoft having all that control and having them do stupid shit like change master domain and all the stuff that GitHub does, and the esoteric decisions to like completely cancel certain people's repos. I don't like any of that, but it's still Bitbucket's not really an option. It's just not. Particularly if you're making, I'm talking about people that are making packages, people that are going to create dependencies for millions and millions of systems, and that's not a possibility. So I'm migrating everything off, and that's one of the reasons I talk about that. But one of the most annoying reasons is this stupid little checking your browser interface shit that they do every time I try to go out to the site. It's really annoying, and I hate the lag to have to. You know what I can do to get a repo now with GitHub? This is so stinking cool. So like, you see this? How I'm in this repo here right now? Watch this. GH repo view-w. Boom. I'm in. If you're a developer, the number of seconds it took for me to do that, and if you're a terminal user, you realize how valuable that is. And the lack of innovation on the front of developer usability on GitLab is what's going to take them out. The enterprise stuff is important, obviously, but you're not going to get user adoption without taking that up a notch. And I'm sad. I'm sad because they had a real shot. They had a real shot to be better, and they didn't do it. All right, break time for me. AFK until noon. See you in a bit. All right. Proper IDE. Yeah, it depends. Yeah. Lots of different workflows there. Space Emacs. Vim users, yeah. We use whatever, but I'm a big Vim user. 93, if that's what you're asking. We've had people that use both. In a nutshell, use Emacs if you want to use a terminal and you want to be on the same system all the time. Or use Vim or NeoVim and I'll trick it out if you want to. If you want to be productive on multiple systems, then VI is really the only option. Or VI with minimal Vimisms that don't affect you on another system. It just depends on the work you're doing. I use Vim as an IDE myself. So does Primagion. Vim plus Tmux plus Bash. Yep. All right, so let's change the topic to something else. I'm sorry, I'm going to wipe you guys a little bit. I'm just going to kind of get my bearings again. So last I checked, we were working on, I was working on a modular. All right, so let me go ahead. Elegant objects. I don't know, man. I think it's last. Let me try it before I get into this new topic. Probably, no, God, no. None of that stuff is object-oriented programming, by the way. Huh. It's an, huh. I don't remember if he's NeoVim or not. Probably go ask him. Don't know about this one. I have to go read about that though. Thank you for letting me know. I'll go bookmark it. And I definitely have a good choice in website design. All right, so what are we doing? Let's set the topic. Yeah, that looks cool too. Is it by Brahm? People love to hate on him. I love the dude. He might be. Yeah. Topic. Let's see. Complete port of command tab from GitLab to GitHub. Did that. I had some other ones. I thought I had some other some topics today in here. Let me see what I have. It's in my different histories. Golang subcommand module tab completion. Yes. All right, so that's the new topic. We'll go back to that. It's the original topic for the day. So people are wondering why I'm all over the place. It's just how I am. I try to help people. I get this diverged. So I'm back to working on Golang subcommands for modular tab completion. No, I'm going to though. I've been meaning to. Yeah, I've been meaning to write my own Vim tutorial. I have my own written on paper, and I just have to get it into a thing that can be loaded. It'll be, yeah. It became Vim Trainer at one point. So I'm definitely going to do one. All right, so I'm trying to reestablish. Okay, so this is command tab module, which we've already showed you about. And this is the KN tool that's going to be using it. And then I need to reset my tmux. Just a little tip here: when you're going to work on a project, it's usually good to kill your tmux session and go into the root, and then start a new tmux there, so you can open new windows and have them be in the right place. The reason I do tmux in instead of tmux is because I actually unset tmux, because I have nested tmux sessions, which is normally not a thing you would do. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's, well, I completely agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to talk about that right now. Okay, so we need to get where we want to be here. So I'm going to be in the KN tool most of the day today. I don't have much time before I have to leave. So inside of the KN tool, I'm going to be, but I also want to open another one because I want to go back into the comp.go. I wrote a configurator that manages things in JSON files and stuff like that, and I want to create a sample that is just a modular subcommand, which can be plopped into any terminal command or utility that uses my command tab module. So that's that, and this is all you have to do one. So if you're using so this is an example of how to use. You know, I kind of want to make I kind of want to rename it Subcommander, because that's what it is. It's about subcommands. It's not about, it would just be sub cmd instead of command tab. I might have to rename and rebrand the whole thing. Subcommander, I could definitely brand a little bit differently. I may have to come back to that. I'm going to put a note about that to do. Consider renaming, branding, command tab to subcommander. So the reason I think subcommander might be a better name is because it's exactly what it is. So you make so like I push tab and I get all these subcommands for free. So I'm about to show you how to do that with command tab. I really want to go change the name right now. I do. I kind of want to go change the name right now because I just barely released it. And subcommander is easier to say than tab command. I don't like tab command or command tab. Subcommander. I want to be able to say subcommander, and it'd be like, well, what is the sub thing, and then the other thing. Well, let me show you what it does anyway, and we'll do it. So to do this, to use this tool, you make a main. You import command tab in this case. At some point, it might be sub cmd. That might be what I end up changing it to, but right now we'll just do cmd tab. And then you have to set up your primary subcommand. So primary subcommand is here. It's the top level subcommand. And it has one subcommand of its own, which is called config, and it just tells you what it does. And then config is this command. It's its own command, so it uses the config go module, which I finished last night, and it's just one command, so it has no subcommands right now. It does have subcommands, actually, these, and I need to figure out how to do those. I'm gonna, rather than having them be just aliases, but we want those to complete as well. And so yeah. And there's a thing I have called aliases, I think, which is a thing I can add. But the bottom line is this. So then I run the thing. Gore just runs it, by the way. Go get GitHub. This is cmdtab. So this should go get that fine this time. It should not have an error anymore, thank God. So we can do Gore. An earthquake? Holy cow. So unimplemented subcommand. How's it going, Reedy? So this says I didn't edit unimplemented subcommand. So subcommand was not implemented. If I wanted to do that, I could just say usage. It should have. I mean, there's a couple things I could do here. I could just do usage. But here's why. So then I can do this. I can do. Or config. Gore just runs main, and then I do config, and it says unimplemented subcommand. Why isn't it implemented? That should not be happening. should not be implementing. I wonder if I have to do a go build here. Let me try something. So go build. I only recently been experimenting with subcommand. There you go. That's what it's supposed to do. So apparently Gore doesn't work on that. Good to know. Good to know. So you get all that stuff for free. So I can do subcommand config, and then I can just say list, or we could say there's no such thing. There's no file config. No such file or directory. So it did. There's no file for the subcommand. You see what it did? It automatically looked in the right place for it. It did not make a new one though, which would have been nice. And I think it doesn't make one until it does a new. So let's actually go check for that really quick. This is something I've been working on, so I might have a bug here. I'm gonna go look. Config. Do we have a sub? Nope, we don't have that. So this is something I wanted to build into the tool so that it would automatically make it if it doesn't exist. So we have an error in that. So then I'm going to go to, that's actually a conf.config-go should be fixing that. -go. So I have a thing here. It should have detected it. It didn't exist. So I just did. Which one do we do? Let's try it again. So command config open blah 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 no such file directory. So someplace in here is an open. Let me go find that. Where is it? Where are you? Is it data.go? Where are you? Where are you? I know you're in here. We did get working. Set save. Which OS? I'm using Pop OS. Just because it works. All the other ones are great too, but new from file. Saved. Alright, what is this? Save? No, we don't need that. Save only saves if there's no state in the file there. I have a bug. It's this tiny bug, but so this is implied when it does conf.o load. Config.load is the one that's the problem. Yeah, config.load should be giving you an error. So the question is whether to make it if you're trying to load it. So there isn't one. So you know what? I should probably make an init so that it makes a new one, right? Yeah, go config init. You could do that by default, I guess, if you wanted to. I'm trying to decide if we should make it so the default behavior is to make a new one. If it doesn't exist. So yep. I think I'm gonna do that. So load. Let's see. From the path, nor does it create a new configuration file, directory, and file. Wait. Why are you not working? I don't know what's going on there. Oh, I do know. There we go. Use load when needed instead. So we're going to find load. So load using a joystick. My what? Camera projection looks like you're using a joystick. Oh, down here? No, I'm not. I'm just... load initializes the config. The config object with data first loaded from your current path, throwing away any internal reference to the previous data. This is useful for specific. If load is called without, if no file is found, let's see, if no configuration file exists, calling load will initialize one at the path location. We'll initialize an empty one, a new one. How about that? A new one at the path location. All right, so we're gonna go down here. New, so say new from file. If the error says that the file doesn't exist, we need a specific error actually. So I need to put some stuff in here. I need to say, oh, you know what else I need to do? Where's my config file over here? I need to do a replace on this. Go.mod. I need to change this temporarily to replace. I'm working on a package while I'm working on something else. So, /rbx rob /cmdtab. I'm going to go to pwd 0 and paste that in there, and wait, is that right? No, GitHub tab. Yeah, I'll get rid of that. Actually, let's turn that off for now. So that will use the right one. I can make a change. Correct comment. Okay. This file is just calling load will initialize and a new one. Yeah, thank you. A new one at the path location. All right, so then we got all this good stuff here. What else we got? We got, I should be able to compile. I'm going to do a little trick here. I want to see what this error is. So I'm just going to dump it right now. Yeah, so I can get a handle on it. Probably should just do that. It's just going to just do the message. How many of these do I have open? Do I have another one here? No, you don't need to be open. Okay, so what? Sample subcommand. And just gonna do, I have to do go build because it doesn't do it right because it uses a init. All right, fine. Go get. All right, so I still shouldn't be using it though. So let's try go build. So subcommand. Config. Actually, if we can do this, we can do complete -c /sub cmd with /sub cmd. So now I can do /sub cmd tab. I get all my stuff, and I can config that. This is file directory. Same error. All right, so I think that file has a type, and I need to figure out what type it is. So I'm going to look up types. Or not. Let me think here. So what do I need to do there? I need to get the subcommand. I need to check where the error is a file not found error. And I probably get around that by just calling it exists. Let's do that. Yeah. Yeah, let's do that. That's easier. Okay, so first, create a new, actually, I think I already have a create a new one. New for path. I don't think I have a initialize. I should probably have an initialize. Yeah, let's see that. That's an internal thing. I don't think I want to have that be external. You know, I don't know if I want to have them do an init. Actually, I could put an init function in there and then have that be optional. So if someone just wants to call on it right off the bat, you know what I mean? I should probably have an init and a clean. I would think clean would be really dangerous though, because that would like get rid of it. And we should probably have an interactive prompt saying, do you really want to clean this? No, I should make people have to delete it by themselves. Yeah, but init is fine. All right, so we can do this. We say clean versus purge. Which one do you like better? Should I make them go in there and delete everything out, or should I make a command so it just obliterates the configuration, all of it? I mean, it seems like really scary. I feel like I want to make them do it with like looking at the file handle and stuff, or just leave it in there. I don't know. If purge deletes everything, right? Okay. Yeah, plus it's harder to type. So let's do this. If exists, so if not exists path, jc.path, then what? I want to go ahead and then I want to go ahead and init jc.init. Yeah, that's it. That's it. And then I'll open it up from the path and we'll be good to go. So init. So let me add that really quick. So init creates a new version file at path containing nothing but updated metadata. Data is empty. Enough to do there. That's not too hard. Func jc config init. We don't need an error, I guess. Do we need an error here? Probably should. Returning an error. Something goes wrong. I don't know. I might as well change this right away. Init error. No return error. It should be a macro. I keep saying that, but that's fine. Init. Then we'll go ahead and do that. We're gonna say. So first of all, if it exists, we don't want. Actually, we want to fail. So if exists, actually, you know what? If we're going to do this, we can do this. We can say, we don't even need to do this check. No, we can do it. Init should blow it away no matter what. So we probably don't want to call init unless it doesn't exist. So that's sure. if a file already exists, init will purge the data from the file. There. How about that? That's good. All right, so because it's going to overwrite the whole thing. It's going to remove it and write a new one. So we're not even going to check whether it exists or not. We're just going to do it. So first things first, we're going to make the directory there. Actually, we're going to call a force save on a brand new file. This is super easy, actually. So we need a new thing. No, that's all we need to do is do a force save. I can't believe how easy this is. Because that's all there already. Does force save return an error? Yes. All right. Wow. Well, that was easy. And it creates a new configuration file. Add path containing nothing but updated metadata, return an error if something goes wrong. File already exists and it will purge the data from the file. Whoopsie. Init empties the data from the current object and creates stickers. I mean, that's what it's supposed to do, right? And put a warning. All right, so we actually have to do this. We have to do jc.data equals a new data object. Data. There we go. New map string. And we're going to blow it away. With a new all right, that sounds reasonable. It is init after all. So we have a purge if we want to. Creepypasta. Fettuccine Alfredo. Ha! Lol. I'll purge the data from the file. Or save. All right, that's probably good. Need to write a test case for that, but let's go ahead and try that. So load is now doing that. So if the path exists, go ahead and initialize it because we are loading in that whole brand new thing. And I mean, it is a little bit of an overkill. I think this new function could probably just call init. Yeah, like right here. I could just call init. The question is whether or not we should go. No, we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't do that because load is the first time we're dealing with them. You still should be able to use this thing without having any data interaction or saving or anything. So if you just want to be able to use like a Redis array and have it be safe, you should be able to use it without having any interaction with the file system. So I don't want to inject overhead where it's unnecessary. So Let's go ahead and build this. Config, yay. And that's actually probably gave us a new file. Nope, we don't have dump support. Oh, whoops. There we go. So there's our initialized thing. And everything looks hunky-dory. So yeah. To do there's a number of other things, but we'll start with that. What is this? This is a Compleco. Yeah. I should probably tag this as an alpha release. Yeah. Let's see that. Git tag delete version. It doesn't have full alpha tests, so I don't want to do that yet. V 1.0.0. What? Am I doing it wrong? Is it dash D? It's dash D, right? Yeah. All right, so I mean, we can update this one. So let's do that. Let's do yeah. Did I change the title too? No. Oh wait, I haven't done the subcommand yet. I'm still working on that. All right, so we'll all right, so I'm gonna add config and I think that's it. How's it going? Updated. Added init. Added init to load. Creating file. All right, so that's good enough. I'll add the other ones later. Coffee's okay. Yeah, I need to go get some more. Thank you for the reminder. Kind of in the zone. All right, so we have this subcommand that I've been playing around with. Everything looks to be working. The goal of this is I wanted to show how easy it is to modularly add subcommands using gitcommander or subcommander. And so yeah. And I'm doing a number of things here. So ironically, I put these all in the other one as well. So what do you generally want to do? You want to be able to print the file path. So subcommand, this will give you, it'll show you the file that's being used. You can dump the file as JSON. You can and pass that to JQ if you want. Like this, JQ dot. I'll give you that. You can get the specific data if you want, which we don't need. You can add something to it. Actually, you don't need to add. You just need to do whatever. Foo will give you a value. There's no foo. Foo bar. It'll say, okay, there you go. Well, what's a foo? Foo is a foo bar. And I've been debating about whether we should output when you set it to a value, whether you should output or not. But I guess that's kind of goes without saying. So now when I do this, you get to see all the data. So you can dump it. You get it all. And that's all well and good. You can do dir should show you this. Yeah, this is the directory.
file. So this is just, you get this for free just by adding the subcommand to your utility. And what I'm kind of approaching here is the idea that you can have a single subcommand file and plop it into your project, and you get all of the functionality for that subcommand for free. You don't even have to do anything except for edit your main command to use that subcommand, and that's it. Just add one word and it works. That level of modularity doesn't exist anywhere in Viper or Cobra or any other commander that exists in the Go ecospace. So that is what I'm trying to this didn't even really fully occur to me until last night, because I was like, ended up making, I realized I don't really need to add anything here. I just need to add this sample that I had done on this other system. So, updated. So let's do that. So I got all these other things for free, saved. It tells me when it was last saved. When was it last updated, which should be really close to the same time. And what else do I have? I have a dump dir file. I mean, that's pretty much it. Set and get is already built in. Set save and usage errors. That's it. I can't really think of anything else I would want to do with my configuration, you know. However, there is one thing that's still missing, and that is sub command completion. So I want to be able to do this and push tab and have it complete. Right now, if I push tab, it completes because it's the sub commander is built to do that. And so this is something I'm tweaking with command tab thing to make it so that subcommands can have their own completion. And I'm pretty sure I know how to do that, but it's my own tool. I have to research, and if it doesn't do it, I want to add it. I'm pretty sure there's like, it's not aliases. There's another thing I have to add here, and I don't know what it is. So I'm going to try this first. So go build. And then when I do the subcommander, I should be able to do, to get a config, tab, and then tab, and I can get file. Did you see that? And now I think it's, oh, it worked. Oh my God, it worked. I didn't have to do an implement. I'm already supporting it. Yeah, yay me. I thought I was going to have to make another subcommand for that, but I actually don't have to do that. I just have to specify it as a subcommand, and as long as it's supported, we're good to go. That's super cool, because that means now all I have to do is this. I have to put all these commands that are down here that are coded in here, and they can code them in the method, or you could have them be separate subcommands, and it would find it either way. But in this particular case, they're all here. So file, dir dump, saved, updated. Okay, so that's all. File, dir dump, saved. Now the problem with this is that these will finish, but they won't have their own documentation. So if I do, if I do subcommand config, and now I can do dir, and it'll do it. Pretty cool, huh? So I could do, but if I do this, but if I do help, it won't have any help. If I do help config, that will give me my config for my help for config. But I can't do config help unless I make a help utility for config. So it would have to be this. So, which is fine. This, I mean, usually you only want 2 or 3 levels of subcommands. You don't need many more levels than that. Other than then you're looking for a different kind of commander architecture. But so this is pretty fine. It doesn't mean I'm going to have to change the usage information somewhat, because it's not just name value anymore, right? I need to change that. So that would be able to change here, and we could put that here. So it'd be name value. I mean, I can do this as well. It will actually do the right thing if I do this. So I think we could say file. I mean, I don't know. Let me see what that does. I don't remember. Build. Subcommand config. File. Okay. Help. Yeah, it's not going to be, it's going to be messy because when I first made it, I only had usage designed to be for like one subcommand, so it didn't get too fancy. Which is fine. That might be a problem later, but that's the kind of thing I can put in the description, which isn't in the description right now. So it also, you know what, in one sense it's a good thing because it forces me to make simplified commands, which is what I want. I don't want to get crazy with this. So so this is what it is. It's either a file or file or what? Or dir or dump or saved or updated or its name and value will be a get. So that's a much better usage. And that'll give me, you know, the way I want to do it. And that's probably fine. You know what? If I have, no, I think I'm okay with this because if I can't express the usage for a subcommand in a single line, then it doesn't deserve to be that way. It's just going to make it too complicated. So this is why it does this, is because the subcommand possibilities need to fit, your usages need to fit within a single page. And if you go too much beyond that, you're like going to get kind of screwed up. If I needed to do that, I could put option and then I could outline it in the description if I wanted to have something that's more complicated than that. And then down here is the summary line. It tells you what it does. These are the commands: manage local configuration settings, help, and you get all this for free just by adding it to the subcommand. To be fair, I should probably put a description into this thing before I release it. And this description is empty too because I haven't got one for this particular subcommand thing. This particular thing I could put. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and put subcommand. I'll put a description in here. Oopsie. Subcommand.go. Description. This uses a form of markdown that does not depend on color, but can use it if it detects it. And it's happy with indentation and all that. It takes care of white space. So the subcommand. So what is it? The subcommand command simply demonstrates what is possible by including the config.go file within your own command, within your own commands, and so we can do that, and let's build that. And so subcommand should show more stuff now. There's a mistake in there. Something's going on with my parsing right there. I don't know what's going on with that. I think it might be because it was covered up. Less sometimes. See that less is freaking with me. See that? It's a less thing. That's not a bug. Kind of annoying, but yeah. I mean, let me try it without that. I might actually have a bug in here. I might have a formatting bug. Let's see if that's what it is. Now the whole thing is blue. I don't think that's a bug. I'll have to go look it up. The descriptions are. It's also not wrapping. You see how it's not wrapping? Yeah, that's where I left off on Subcommander because I was like, it's working for me. It shows me my minimum stuff. So I'm glad I changed the mark back to alpha because it's. Did I push that tag? Please tell me I pushed that tag. Oh wait, this one was no. The command tab is still alpha for sure. This one I think is too. Yeah. There we go. boy. New tags. All right. GH repo view-w. 18 hours. Delete. I tagged it on accident with delete. Sucks to be me. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Keep push tags. Oh, I don't think I've saved any of these changes yet. That's why. Never mind. All right, that makes me feel better. Yeah, I haven't pushed any of those changes yet. All right, because I wanted to have this command done, and they're both in the same repo. I keep forgetting. So here we go. Config is done. I just need a description here to say what this does. And the point being is that I can just download this thing, and I've got it. You know, I've got it. Anybody can just download it and add configuration to their application without any extra effort. That's how I want to make my utilities. I want to be able to use composition for subcommands. And then I can say, I want this subcommand, and I need configuration in this subcommand utility. Ooh, this one needs like a terminal interface. Okay, I'm going to do that. That kind of thing. So you can kind of add dialects, and that's like super awesome. So I want to give some attention to this description. It can be kind of boring, but oh well. Let's say, I mean, I can't imagine anything else I would want to do with this, is there? I could say, and this is where I could put in, I mean, it's kind of boring, but how do I describe this? I mean, this documentation part is never fun. I need coffee for this. Give me a second. right, well, I at least turned the coffee on. How about that? All right, so description. I could probably pull the description right from the README file. And no, in this case I can't because it's, I don't think I can anyway. Maybe the doc file. Yeah, I can take these. Ink 2 paragraphs. Yeah, I can do that. Put that here. Well, I don't even really need that. Come on, baby. And all right, and then what? So boy, we don't want that one there. I should not have gone that far. Why are you going so? Oh, you're supposed to be on that line. All right, that's another reason for that. There, this is good. Okay, so we can alter this docs. We can say the thing that's cool about this too is that the documentation travels with the command, so you don't have to install an extra man page or something. Let's see. The JSON file is expected. The config subcommand provides access to the underlying configuration data stored as JSON files stored as JSON files at the expected location. And ensures that any configuration changes changes by another program do not overwrite are not overridden by the running program. Changes by another program are not overridden by the current program. Sharing using the same configuration. This helps avoid contention between two runtimes that might be in contention. This helps avoid contention between this helps avoid and that I'm still doing stuff. What's up? You're like really loud.
The defense team's
Yeah.
defense message. Other people use the word fight too, and now we're going to show you a 30-minute video of
People saying the word fight. Nice. This helps avoid accidental contention between two running programs. Really boring stuff, but essential. All right. Okay, so the JSON data is always saved as a one-dimensional flat map of strings with concurrency save, get, and set methods. Okay, Depth, actually don't need that. Depth may be, that one I don't need in here. This is user data. This is not necessarily how the thing works data. Depth may be achieved by using that. This is definitely a user thing. Achieved by using dotted and dash notation for the keys, but ultimately everything is saved in a single map of key value pairs with the keys and values are both quoted UTF-8 strings. This improves efficiency and avoids types inference issues. Okay. Nice. That's good. I did notice a problem from that because of that I'm going to knock out of the doc file. Don't drink all my coffee. Hey. Contention is, I said contention twice there. This helps avoid contention between runtimes that might try to write to the same file. And it does it without file system race conditions. Does anybody know about those? They're still a thing, right? I tell you 2 times that might try to write. Yeah, file system locking, using file locks and stuff. Those are not safe for concurrency usually. People do it all the time. They're like, Windows, it's definitely safe because Windows, you can't even edit a file unless you get an atomic lock on the file. But in Linux and Unix, you can. And all of the different ways of getting unique access to the file are all flawed. Last I checked. And the best you can do is create an additional file. But even then, if you get really right down to it, if you have really, really high contention going on, like, massive tension trying to get to the file, you can create a race condition in the file system. I don't know if that's been addressed or not in modern Linux, but I'm not going to worry about it because it almost never comes up in practical usage. But I do think about it. Okay, so we'll look at our config. We have a better description file here now. And yeah. JSON data. So now I can do this. I can do go build dot subcommand help, and I should get good help there. There's something up with, you know what? I don't know what's up with that. I wonder if that's a different issue. CD into conf-d. Nope. CD into conf-go. CD into sample subcommand. And subcommand help. See, that didn't have the problem. Why not? It was because of less. Less is causing the problem. Yep, less is definitely causing the problem. So that didn't get passed to less. Watch what happens if I pass it to less. Oh god. Well, that's definitely not detecting terminal usage. I need to fix that. Put it to do down. Doop 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 be doop. Which one is this? cmd wait, tab. Readme to do. Wait. Where's my to do? Okay. Better detection for non-color support with pipes. Small thing. I mean, that's not too hard to fix, so I'll add that. So yeah, but this is getting me where I want to be. Now I got my subcommander The really cool thing about this is I can just copy that file into my project from now on. So any project I make that has the need for a configuration, I can just copy that file into my project and I have it. I don't have to do any coding. So that's why I did it. All right, try it again. Subcommand help. Help. Yep, it's definitely, see, it just covers that stuff. Kind of annoying, actually. Yep. Anyway, help config. See, it covered like everything. Just covered the bottom stuff. So the config subcommand provides access to underlying configuration data. JSON data is always saved in one-dimensional flat arrays. See, what's really great about that is watch how easy it is for me to include this now. So I can go up here and grab this thing, and now I've got that line, right? So then I can go over here and I can say, actually, I have to start a new project. New thing here. No, we need to do. All right, so I'll go back into my KN tool, right? That's what I was adding it to, and I go into my CMD and go into my KN tool, and this config here is almost exactly the same thing, right? Almost exactly. But this is what I'm trying to say. If I didn't have any configuration at all. Wait, did I put off break? What's my topic? This is important. All right, here we go. So the way I include it is I just copy it over. I could curl it down. I can make a registry of subcommands. So I could do copy. It's gonna not work, but. And then I do config. Go to here. Now, boom. All I have to actually do is go change my main can.go file to use the config subcommand, which it now has. I just need to do go install. I mean, I've been doing that with this particular one. Wait, why do I have a www there? That shouldn't be there. Oh, right. That was me. Yeah, that was me posting the knexe. Yeah, we don't need that. All right, so install cn. Oopsie. Oh boy. Got the right one, right? I got the alpha version. Well, okay. So then I can do kn tab, and now I have config tab. Now I can do watch help config, and I get not the same thing. You know why? Because it didn't pull it down. Damn nabbit. Dag nabbit. I'm still using the other one because I don't have a go mod replace, which I need to add right now. Or do I? Come on, God. That should have worked. Why didn't it work? That should have worked. This is subdirectory. Wait, where am I? Well, I'm gonna have to remove this. Subcommand can go. So this is all good. What? I'm gonna go to 1.16 on this as well. My config should work. Why is it not working? Why no work? All right. So one more time. Go wait. Go install cmd can. Already reading GitLab go mod at because of my checks, because of my sums. Yeah, go sum. Well, let me just read go sum. Go sum can be dive for right now. There, this will get the right thing, or it should anyway. This is totally new. This go mod download stuff. This stuff is all 1.16. and I'm glad I'm hitting it because it's new for me. I've never done a Go mod download before. That is really interesting. It's so I feel so bad for Go beginners because they've changed so many things since 1.12. I mean, a lot. And the last book that's been written covers 1.12. Actually, 10, I think. So it's still pulling down the old version. So I don't imagine it's going to work. Yep. Command tab. I just did that, but you didn't do what I asked you to do. All right, Go mod. I'm going to have fun with you here. What are you doing here? Command tab. We want to use this command tab. We want to use this. Conf.go can go away. And command tab. Those are bad lines. That's why. I'll get rid of these lines. Yep. I know. But you make sure you get those out of your production release. Seriously, don't leave those replace lines in your production release. It's a really common error. There's an open ticket on it. Yeah, now you have to get... This is interesting. You have to go get all your dependencies now. It used to be when you built Golang build no longer pulls down dependencies. I understand why they did it for security, but they totally changed it. I did not used to do that. Build dependencies in Go mod. The fix is likely to perform before Go 1.13. Nope. Go get -d. This is new. This used to do this automatically. I'm telling you. How old is this? 2015, really? Go to save in your local PC. How did I do that? Go get -d from a directory in your local repository. Okay, well, that's not a bad idea. I don't think you should do that. Go let's join imports. No. Go get below command works for me. It downloads all dependencies. Go get -uv -f all. Never seen that before. Never seen that before. Go get -u-v -f all. Flag is a no op when using modules. Okay. Well, I think I just needed to do a -u. All right, let's do our install. Yep. All right. So kn tab config tab dir dump file saved updated. If I wanted to, I could add a method that also adds every one of the parameters that's here and by name, and I could have added that to the output, which I still want to add. I want to be able to automatically detect. This is why you want to do completion in your program and not some extra thing, because your program knows how to do better, has more access to the data. So I could do the kn config, and then I could actually hit tab again, and it would give me all the things that are in my current configuration file. And I wouldn't have to go dump it all, right? So that's what's coming next. Here's my current one. So I could do this, and I could just say foo something else. What else I got in here? Another. I could do dump, pass it to jq.data, and grab all the data. You get them all there. Or I can do kn config print, which just prints them out. Pretty prints. Oh, that's not in there. We need to add that. We need to call pretty print. That's a nice pretty thing to do. So yeah, let's do that to the other one. Did you see how though I just copied it over? So let's add that. Let's add that to our default. cd sample. So command config. We need pretty printing for sure. Yep. I mean, that's quite a few commands at that point. So let's do that. Let's say if it's print And you can still call all these things directly if you want. So we're going to do config dot prettyprint. That's it. Go build dot sub config print foobar. And the first one always has to be, well, you can actually have keys that have, I should probably change the pretty printer to have an arrow so that you can parse on it safely if you want to just parse this on your own, because that way you can have like white space and shit in there. Although this is pretty printing, so I don't know if you should be doing that. I mean, it's up to you. If you made your own, I mean, it's really up to whatever you want to do. Truth is, if you're parsing, you shouldn't be doing that anyway. You should be doing dump. Because then you can just parse the JQ stuff out, and it's very reliable that way. That's the better way to do this. So so pretty printing is totally fine. But yeah, so if you add, let's do another one. Bites the dust. Bitest. Bites the dust. Now if I do this, it'll print them all out. See that? Another one bites the dust. How about this? Bag. And another one is gone. Print says add another one's gone and another one's gone. I need to put something between that. Why not? Why not? Why not? It's pretty. It's just pretty, so I can put a pretty there. I could put a bar in there. But that's not pretty. It's should I change it to pretty? Should I change it to pretty? I could have pretty and print. Print would just print it as a this and then a that, and then it would be no. I mean, there's always JQ for that. I don't know why people need to do that with anything more than that. Okay, anyway. So let's do that. Sprint F. That's what we're going to use right there. If that's something you're going to use in your value, in your key, you have a problem. You really do. So, all right, cd sample, cd subcommand, and go build pretty. Where's my pretty or print? There we go. And another one is gone. Another one bites the dust. I could do color and all that, but I'll do that later. Yeah, and it orders it too. Do you see how it sorts it? Yep. Okay, this is all good. This is ready for prime time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Git tag 2.2 alpha. I'll probably do 2. It's actually a 0.3, isn't it? So you know what else I forgot to do? You can set the individual version for a subcommand. So if you want to see the version of a subcommand, then you could actually include in command so you can see, well, what version of that subcommand are you using? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. This is something I thought of earlier. And say, I want to say this version matches the version of this of this version. I'm going to say v 0.10, I suppose. I don't know, should we make a version 1? Should I make this version 1 of it? Should we change print to, I mean, pretty print's fine, I guess. View is probably better, but print's fine. It's not printing it though. I've never liked that. It's not printing. It's not printing to, it's printing to the screen maybe. All right, so save. Wow, there's a lot of saves here. So I'm going to do individual commits. README MD updated config. What changed on config? What changed? Oh, that's it. All right. Added Sepher. What do I call it? How do I spell that? I'm sorry, I don't know. I always said from separator. So added separator. All right. Status. What else we have to add in here? It's the Redis without Redis. I mean, that's a normal thing. I'm a big fan of doing individual commits now. I just am, because then when you look at the file, you get to see what last changed on the file. I mean, I know it makes more commits, but who cares? You can squash them into a single one, you know? Doc.go. What changed in that? Git diff doc.go. Go mod. Ooh, see, this is why I do this, because now I would remember to take out my, rather than just go adding the whole thing, that this forces me to take out my replaces so I don't put those in a production release. That would have been really ugly. So sample main. Wait, deleted sample main. Yeah, we did that. So what is up? Git diff with. Yep, there's a replace directive. So we got to get that back out of there. God, I'm glad I didn't just commit that. I'm going to take out the requires. And I'm going to comment this out because I might need it again. And I'm going to take out this guy. And I'm going to do a go build again. I don't think you should be locking down a certain version on this one, but I guess I'm going to go ahead and have to do that. Which means I probably have to commit the command tab stuff changes first. Where are they? No, do I still have them up? Do we have the latest command tab committed? I think we do. I think we do. I think we got over that. And even though I'm going to rebrand this guy. Yeah, that's nothing. Okay. Don't even need that up there then. All right, so what? Well, let's go in the sample. And when I try to build Subcommand, it will actually include all the other stuff again. And that can be saved in the alpha version, so that's totally fine. Go build. Help. Boom. All right, remove subcommand, so that's all good. And we can commit this. So now what? So the mod is good. That sample main can go away. So I'm going to add a bunch of these together. Git add sample. That should like. So yeah, those are all together included. Great, 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 great. And yeah. Do we have a sum here? What's in the Go mod? Move that replace. Okay. Did I save that? Please tell me I didn't. I think I did. Okay. Git commit. Into subcommand. That's all good. And then git add go mod. Go to sum. Git commit. Looks like that got committed. All right, I think we're ready for a push. Git push. And I can update the tag. Git tag be 0.3.0 dash alpha. Still alpha stuff. I mean, at some point, after I've been using it for a few months, then I'll go ahead and flip it over. You know what I mean? Git push tags. And you don't need to pull requests and branch and all that stuff right now. All right. So what do we got here? We got this working, and we're good to go. So now the dependencies that get made in here will not be. I can get rid of the replaces here. I can get rid of both of these. I can get rid of both of those. And yeah. So then I can do go get dash u dash v, I guess. Command. Oh, I didn't need to do anything because I'm not in the directory. Or do I have to do dash d? How do I get the directory stuff in that? Go build, no, install cmd again. I want to get all this installed dependencies. We had a thing up that was telling us how to do that before. You can go away. You can go away. You update all Go dependencies. I don't know the command offhand. Sorry, others probably know it. I don't. Go. I think it's go mod update. No, no, God, no. Go list all, go get dash u. To view all available minor interface for all direct and indirect dependencies, no. If this upgrades to the latest or minor patch release. I don't know why you would have to do that though. Go get Golang update with go get command. None of these are working. I don't have to do each individual one. A pro tip in 2020. I don't see anything there. I don't see anything in your pro tip that I can't read. Pip update. Oh, go get dot slash dot dot. I know about that, but I don't think I want to do it. We'll try it. Go get dash u dot slash. All right, fine. All right. Looks like that's the thing to do. So we choose the build. Install tab config tab file. Boom. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Dump. Boom. Oh, I don't think I have a purge command though, do I? That would have been nice to have. I'm a little bit afraid of it actually. I mean, I could just edit the file, or I could just remove them all, or I could init them. I don't know. I think the average person is not gonna. If I give them the ability to wipe out their whole table configuration, I'm afraid they're gonna kill themselves. So I probably don't want to let them do that. I probably want to let them like edit the file. You know what I mean? So vi file, and you could go over here and do. If you really want to be, you know, draconian, you can do that. I mean, but you have to know what you're doing to know that. I don't want to. This is designed to make a kind of a, you know, a sort of safe version for adding configuration to an application that the average user might not want to be tinkering around with, right? So I'm lagging a little bit. That was weird. Yeah. Print no config. All right. Get in config, and then I could say I want the what's my kn? mktemp-d. How to cd into output of mkt-d. I don't know. You'd have to go cd. Well, you'd have to capture the output, right? So mktemp-d, right? So you could do this. You could do cd like that if you want. That's one way. Or you could capture it. You could do dir equals mktemp-d cd dir cd backdash. I'm gonna get this. Now we're back. Does that help? Okay, so so I'm back to where I was going. I'm golden. This is great. I'm like super excited. Thanks for that emoji. And you can do all kinds of cool things here. So the reason I did all of that configuration stuff that I just did is because first of all I wanted a reusable method, and do I have a print on here? Did I add it? Oh, I didn't. All right, I need to do this. And I wanted to have all that configuration stuff reusable, and I wanted to have it in here so I can start setting up things so then I can start adding canned utilities. So I'm like really ready to go for my next thing. So I'm gonna get some coffee. I'm super excited because I've got a lot of this is gonna really shoot me forward in getting my knowledge manager tool started. And so I'm gonna take a really quick break and I'll be back at it. I'm gonna push it hard tonight. I'll probably just collapse at like 9 p.m. tonight because I've been up since 8. But this has been really fantastic. I'm when you get this kind of momentum, it's kind of fun to keep it going. So let's do config here. So let's do this. We're gonna do here. What do we got? What I got? We want to replace this. So this is the whole reason I did this, right? So now I can manage the other one. Where is the other one, by the way? We're in Santa. It would be. Oh God, it's like so far away. Let me go see if I can find it. Actually, no. Let me try something. CD into cmd tab. No. Conf-go sample subcommand. All right. All right. All right. And now CD back here. And it's gonna fail. I don't know why it always grabs the last. It puts the line return in there. I wish it wouldn't. So I'm gonna figure that out. So copy /config.go to here. I can just override the other one, and that means I can modularly pull it down. And you know that that's begging for a registry command, right? Like to have all of these subcommands listed someplace so that I can just curl down the registry commands for subcommands and then take the descriptions and then put them so you can search them on a minimal shell scripted database or something. Because you know there's going to be other like common subcommands that people are going to want to put into their system, and they want to keep them up to date without adding an entire module dependency. And this is very much a part of the subcommander ecosystem. I might just want to make a submarine at that point. It's like I can make like a periscope. No, that's already taken. Anyway, so go ahead and install this again. And now I should have config with print. There. There's nothing in there, but that's now there. That wasn't too hard, right? So that's really cool. It's very jQuery like when jQuery was a cool thing and people just did jQuery imports. It was really nice because you didn't have all the heavy duty, tooling and Babel and crap and everything, Gulp and Garage or whatever to do your build. You could just pull in the library dependency and it became a part of your source code. And actually I really like that. I really like that approach. I have stuff on my beard. Or is that just beard hair? No, my beard is like literally like whiter right there. I'm weird. I know I'm a weird dude. It's like an unusually white part of my beard right there. I'm making coffee. I'm back, but I'm not like back. I think it's the time for me to put music back on. Oh man, I'm so happy. This is going to take care of so many problems. Small problems, but problems nonetheless. I don't have to depend on an environment variable system anymore. I can actually just, I have a built-in configuration system on anything. Assuming you have a home directory. I actually really need to test all this stuff on some other kind of system. You know, like Windows. People, I mean, come on. If I guess there's a certain, I'm not into, what I would really love a statistic on, still this is break time so I can talk. So what I would really love a statistic on is what number of people actually use PowerShell all the time. And I have a feeling it's pretty high, but I don't. And so I feel like no one should use it or does use it. But I know they do use it. It's just not people that we hang out with. That's not a bad thing. It's just so when I make tools and stuff, I keep thinking, well, you know, why would a PowerShell want to use my tool? If they use the tool, do we want to support different ways of passing environment variables and such? Something as simple as seeding into, you know, I should probably put, do I have VMware on here? I should probably want to run a virtual environment over here for a while, just for fun, to look up some of these questions. I don't think I ever put it on here. Virtual. Nope, that's Virtual World Viewer. It's different. I don't see it. I don't see it. Anyway. What text-based browser do I use? I use Lynx or W3M, both of which I've done videos about. Depends on what I'm on and what I have. W3M is the fastest text-based browser to just use and install. Lynx is a slightly better browser in terms of how it lays out the stuff the way I like it on the screen. And so I will spend the time to configure Lynx. Setting up Lynx takes a long time. Setting up W3 takes no time at all. So they are both kind of relevant. I did a video on them. Yeah, W3M and Lynx. You can see there's a video that covers both of those. Make sure that still opens. Let's go open it. See if it opens up. Yeah, there they are. Text-based for the web. So, browser comparison. See this link here, W3M versus Lynx. There's all my videos on that. If you want to watch those. I love that just sets up the search and everything. It's just so much fun. So much fun. Okay. Back to our tavern. That's the people in the background, by the way, in case you can hear them. I have a minute left to drink some coffee and answer questions. Yep. What else are we doing? So, I'm going to change the topic. So the topic is rwx.gg. What is the topic? I'm going to change my music. All right. The topic is going to be I think we were integrating. I think it was already the topic before, actually. Golang subcommand modular tab completion. We did that. No, that's not it. Complete port of command tab from GitLab. GitHub did that. Golang subcommand mod. Nope. Debugging Go confco save error did that already. Golang JSON configuration package module did that. Example tests also in documentation. Remap caps lock to escape. Nope, didn't do that. I'm just seeing if I already have a topic up that's suitable for this. There we go. Adding kn config JSON Golang configuration. And I put no sound on this, but I do have sound this time. So, that's gonna cover it. Go ahead and save this. All right, I'm gonna go at this for another hour or so. I'm just really happy today. Things are working out. My configuration tool is working. My command tab's finally working the way I want to, even though I'm going to rename the whole thing and break everything. Before I do an official release, I'm going to really, really give thought to what to call it, because I want to compete with Cobra. I'm not calling it Mongoose or something like that. It'll probably be called Subcommander, but we'll see. Anyway, so what am I doing? I'm adding configuration to my KN tool, which I already did actually. So so now I'll be doing some of the other stuff, but I just want to test that configuration out. So now I have these days. So I have, if you want to go look at it, this is github.com/afkworks/kn, and you can go there and see how this works, but I have under the CMD subdirectory, under the KN drive subdirectory, I have a subcommand called config.go, which uses the subcommander API command tab and to do tab completion and inline documentation, etc. If you watch the previous hour or so, it's me integrating this and figuring out that I can just download the file. So this file that I'm using for config is actually registered under sample on conf-go, and all I had to do is just curl the file in, essentially just copy it over, and boom, I have configuration built in. So because it's a modular subcommand, which includes tab completion. So then I can do this. I can do kn tab, and I can go to config tab and get all of that for free. And so now I have built-in completion. How's it going, Og? So now I have built-in completion, and I can do all kinds of fun stuff with this. Currently, there's nothing set in here, and you can read all about that if you want to in my repo, github.com/rdbxrob/conf-go. That's the one I've added. So those are the two dependencies I have right now in go.mod. Just for those coming in who haven't seen the other stuff, this is what you have to go read about. Command tab and conf-go. Command tab is probably going to change its alpha. I wouldn't use it yet. Conf-go is 1.01, and it's looking pretty baked. I'm going to leave it at 1.01. I don't think I'm going to make it an alpha because it's a relatively simple module. So I'm going to leave it the way it is. Even the last changes I just made were not really bug fixes. They were just enhancements. So well, yeah, they're coming along, but we got stuff to do. I know, Og, it's like lots of work, right? So here we go. We've got these things here. We're not dependent on environment variables at all anymore, but one of the reasons I did that is because one of the other commands that I made, was just playing around with executing commands from the shell, and this is how to do a proper syscall that transfers control. Although it's Linux specific, Linux and Unix specific. This does work, however, on Windows. We tested it the other day. This is a completely different video. If you go back 2 days ago, you can see the videos on exec. In fact, I can probably get you that video. Vids on syscall exec. You can go search for that if you want to watch that. And I mean, that's all about calling stuff from the shell. In the same way you would do it, with exec on a shell script but doing it in Go. And so we left this off here because we wanted to, this is what led to the tangent that would send me down conf.go and to fix the final port from GitLab to GitHub of command tab and subcommander and the rabbit hole of syscalls, yeah. And so, yeah, so that's what's going on. And now what we're talking about is the reason I went down all those other tangents is because I hit a need here to be able to I want to be able to CD. I want to do a kn cd command, and I want it to automatically CD into the root directory of the current local root node, and that is a knowledge node that's on the system. You get multiple knowledge nodes. Knowledge nodes are just directories containing other directories that all have README files and data.yaml files. That's all it is. But it's a way of organizing my knowledge in a way that can be shared and searched and queried and updated quickly and version controlled. And that's the essence of the knowledge exchange grid, is just connecting all of that stuff together. And all of this is going into the KN tool and the KEG tool, and AFK is Associated Federated Knowledge Workers, which I hope will become an association that can be all of us knowledge workers coming together to fix this stuff up and fix it and get it moving fast. I've kind of prototyped all this stuff in Perl over the last few days, as in Shell and Perl over the long course of time, and now I'm just putting them all into the Go program and really bringing it forward. Yeah, Og's been wanting this stuff for a long time. You and Bar, what's his name? There's a couple of people that have been really chomping at the bit for me to finish, because everybody wants it as soon as they see it, because it's born out of a real need to look up your own knowledge. It's basically the world's best way, as far as I'm concerned, to take notes on the terminal. So you want to be able to take notes. You want to be able to quickly look up those notes. You want to be able to share those notes with other people. You want to be able to follow other people's notes when they change them. These are all really important needs by knowledge workers that are not addressed by any tool fully. They certainly aren't addressed from the command line first, and then having graphics added on later, which is our sort of ethos. We start on the terminal and then we build up. So we build graphics in a progressive way, which is, faithful to the idea of progressive design, which is what progressive web design is supposed to be about. Use what you have. Well, if all you have is a terminal, use that. If you got graphics in a web browser, great. Add a layer on top of that for the people who prefer that. But let's start with what the minimal is, which is terminal. And if we build applications that build on that idea, we'll never go wrong, because we'll always be able to cater to the least common denominator, which is use on the terminal, which is by far more efficient. And 9 times out of 10, I'm never going to use a graphic terminal anyway. So lots of stuff going on there. Do you think joining a company as a data annotator is for data analysts? I don't know what a data annotator is. Maybe I'll have to look into that. My head around Pagan McCain is honestly something that is going to be so game-changing to knowledge and knowledge workers. I hope so. Pagan is just a part of it. But yeah, so Kagan is definitely a part of that. So yeah. All right. So the reason, so the CD command, what is the kn cd command supposed to do? It says right here. So when I do kn cd help cd, it should change into the current working directory of change the current working directory to the current root node. And I don't have that. And oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. Good news, Og. Thanks for the input. So now we can do this. We can say kn.go, and actually nothing there. But this is all about subcommands. Almost all of it's going to be a subcommand, so it's going to be under here. And why all the hullabaloo about, this configuration stuff? Well, in order to know what your current root directory is, in fact, it's still wrong in the AFK notes, works notes. It used to be an environment variable called kn that was used, and we said, no, we don't want dependencies on environment variables. We want to be able to change it in a solid way that any application can see it doesn't necessarily have the proper environment exported. So it's much more reliable, and that led to the building of config-go, etc. So now we have that covered, and we need to just be able to pull in the configuration and do all that. Ironically, actually, we're going to be doing a call at this level. So I don't know how to preface this. When you do the subcommand module, you have to think in terms of depths as to where you put your logic. There's going to be multiple root nodes on a given system. So yeah, and you have one active root node, and then you have multiple root nodes. It depends, so you can be able to configure all that. Yeah, you're going to have multiple root knowledge nodes on your own system. And at one point we're going to have a path for that would indicate all of the nodes on the system. But these days, we don't necessarily need to use a path. We could have, an array or something like that, but our configuration system is flat. That means it's more like Redis key value pairs. So the value here is much like an environment. So if people want to translate it over to an environment, it'll work really nicely. Keeping it one dimensional was an informed decision, because I didn't want, even though I have JSON, could have multiple depth. Like, no, let's not make this overly complicated. Let's keep our configuration variables really light. If you want depth, put dots in your keys or something. so that if any of that had to translate over to an environment variable, say like in a Docker instance or something, you could do that without much hassle. So that's what's going on. But the idea is that we still want to be able to have multiple root nodes on the system, but we want to be able to change the active root node very easily, and that's a change to the configuration file. Really easy change, but it is a change. And so these calls are going to be happening between subcommands. Subcommands are going to be calling other subcommands to do things. This is if you typed in the other subcommand rather than putting logic at the top level. In this particular project, which is also doable, I could pull in, rather than depending on the config.go subcommand, which uses a config module, I could have, see this has a dependency on command tab. Actually, no, it doesn't. So this has a dependency. Oh wait, this one doesn't have it at all. Let's get the config one. So the config has a dependency on an external repo. I could have, I could have put the module on the. You're talking about KN modules or the subcommand modules? Yeah. So this subcommand module for comp-go is here, but it depends on logic that lives in another repo. So it does have an external dependency on that. If I wanted to drop that dependency, it seems like a data labeling role. Curious how, for that particular role. So if I wanted to remove this dependency, I could easily do that by including conf.go at the top level here and not having a dependency. At this point, I don't particularly care about the dependency. There is a tool you can do Go Vendor, and that'll download all your dependencies and lock them into your project so that there's no risk of you ever losing the code. So that's already been addressed from that level, so I can keep modular approaching to the software development without being afraid of building it onto my system. In the early days of Go, I want to say, 2014 for me. I want to say that it was a little bit more uneasy, just like NPM has made everybody uneasy by including dependencies straight up, and because of all the things that can sneak in that are really nefarious, and so you don't do that. You just don't do that. And in this particular case, I don't mind the dependency, but it does affect what other things can call within the system. So that is a little bit of a problem for me right now, because I may want to make some more KN top level, and it really depends on whether I want KN to be an API or whether I want KN to be a command, or both. And we talked about making hybrids, which are both commands and APIs, in which case the high level API calls that generally take strings as arguments are at the top level, and then your commands down at the low level, your subcommands and stuff, are just calling into those functions. And they're taint checking and checking all the incoming data and arguments from insecure sources, including the user's typing and standard input and stuff like that. So that's the thing. If I leave it the way it is, and I want any other subcommand to be able to read configuration data, I would actually have to invoke this, and I would have to pass the argument, and I would have to do all this extra processing. So as cool as it is that I was able to pull down this modular subcommand, I think in this particular case, I'm probably going to re-implement this command at the top level. I'm going to add a configuration layer at the top. Actually, the truth is, I can keep this one exactly the way it is, and then anything else that needs a configuration can just load this configuration thing, and it can get straight to the configuration using the API, whether that's at the top level or not. And frankly, that's probably just as well, because not every one of the subcommands is going to need the configuration data, and those that do are going to have to import that anyway. They're architecturally, putting on this file dir dump stuff up here down in the really, really low level, and the subcommand as opposed to top level things that can be called, is a question. It's like, is there any reason I should have put these as commands up at the top to do all the printing and stuff? In other words, so far the KN tool is very much just a collection of subcommands, which what I expect it to be, because really in its initial implementation, it was just a bunch of shell scripts that were tied together. There wasn't a lot of API-ish ishness at the top, and therefore you don't see a lot of stuff in the top level. In fact, you see nothing at the current moment because there's really no new thing that KN's bringing to the table at the top level so far. Now there's going to be a bunch of things that are going to be unique to the KN tool, but this is a separation of concern sort of issue. Anything that's dealing with the configuration data is all locked away in conf-go, and then we just have a dependency on that, and all the subcommands agree to use the same sort of thing. And that's really cool. In fact, that's really cool because that works across applications as well. So if I had another application like Keg, right, I'm going to be making Keg. Keg is going to have a need to have the same sort of idea about configuration data to the letter, same API, same sort of querying, everything. And so I can actually drop that config tool, the config subcommand, into the Keg application as a command tab subcommander, whatever, file, and then I can do that. And any of those other subcommands that are there that need direct access to config can call into the conf-go API. So they can everybody can live in harmony. We're all using the same configuration interaction, much like we have a database interface. We don't. In fact, the database is just a JSON file that lives in a predetermined location that's consistent with free desktop standards, blah, 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 blah. And I don't have to think about it and re-implement it every time, thank God. That's why I'm so happy today. So that means we can focus on the work at hand. And the work at hand right now is making this cd command cd into the root directory. Well, what is the root directory? The root directory up until now has been all caps KN, but we can change that. We can change that and make in fact, we can even mess around with it. I can say KN config, and I could say, let's say, what do we want to call it? So we should call it, we could set current. How about that? So we could set current, config current equals what? So now there's another thing. So this makes me want to make completion for the data elements. God, I got to add that. I want to make completion for the data elements. And I like local. No, KN modes can live wherever you want on your system. It's completely up to you. Yep, it doesn't matter. You can put in whatever you want. Completion. Oh God, that's the whole video all by itself. I've done lots of stuff on that. Yeah, I'm using bash completion at the moment, and I'm using complete dash capital C. So here's how you do it. If you do it right, if you ask me, if you do it right, you do this: complete dash C, kn, and that goes into your bash RC. There's no eval going on. You just can run kn, and then I tab and I can complete. I'm using, as I said, I'm using cmdtab, which is the library I've been working on for a couple of years. Still needs some polish before it's completely alpha, like beta version. But it does all the completion for you, including documentation. It's what gives you this. So when I do kn help, I get all this free documentation just because it's a modular subcommand. And I believe I created this because I fucking hate Cobra. I hate it. I detest it with a great loathing that I cannot overly express. And I'm not the only one. The other week, I actually ran into somebody else who also hates it.
Do you want that little piece?
Yes, I do. Yes, I would like that very much. There's a piece of pizza there. Thank you. So, the people are amazing. People who made Cobra, who produced something that I would never use by choice. So there. Anyway, so what do? You don't get mad. Get busy, right? Make your own thing. I know I don't care. It's in Docker and everything. I know Hugo uses. I know everything uses it, but I fucking hate it. It seems to be fine because you don't look under the hood most of the time. Most people don't understand how bad it is. For example, its completion uses evals that are not quoted. For example, I could keep going on and on. Like, why don't I just open a ticket? Well, I did. I said, why don't you do proper tab completion? It doesn't require an eval. And they said, what? And I'm like, sometimes it's just faster to make it yourself. And in that case, that's the case. It takes so much energy to get people up to speed on why Cobra is shit that it's very rare when you run into somebody who totally understands. And the other day, I ran into one of those people. They were here, and I looked through their blog and all their posts and everything. And it's like, he actually has from 2015, he wrote things like, please stop requiring evals in your Bash RC, in people's Bash RC scripts to get your completion. And it's just so brilliantly written. And it was like, my technical soulmate, I found this guy who actually had all the same concerns that I did, and it was just like a moment of absolute bliss, because it was like somebody who actually understands the complexity in order to say that Cobra is shit under the hood, and they were able to actually call it out. So there, you know what, you use what you want. All right, Command Tab's not ready to replace Cobra yet, not by a long shot, but it is definitely a step in the right direction. And they use completely different things. Yeah, it's quite different. It's about complexity of implementation, right? And look, I support map ops, get ops, and all that stuff, but I hate them. I think it's a bad idea for people to put any tab interface on anything, because I believe humans don't like tab interface or dashed interfaces. But look, you're pulling me into a conversation I don't want to have right now. All right, so what is the topic? So we're still doing adding K and config. All right, so I've got my config. So now we need to agree on what's the standard. I can set it any time. I can just do kn, right? What should the, let's dump out what all the values are now. Do we have any values in here? I don't have any values right now. What values should we put in here, people? Should we put in, so let's put in, should we call it current? We're going to have to type it every time. One of the reasons I'm doing this is I actually feel like I want to make completion. Should we do it? Should we go for it? I want to be able to hit tab right here, and I want to be able to have every single variable possible print out to the screen. We can do that. We can definitely do that. I know it's not currently set up to do that, but we can definitely do that. It's not set up to do that. It's going to take me some time. I have to think through that. The command tab's already set up to do that. No, it's just completion. It's just tab. It's just going to show you what's possible, right? So, but what I wanted to do is, like, in addition to the variables that are here, yeah, it's just the name. Yeah. So it would just be the name, right? At the current, I'm definitely going to add that. So I need to put you on that. Okay. Complete conf.go. Let's see, add data key completion to along with rest. So I've already, command tab's already set up to do this. I just have to go add it. So what that says is it'll, first of all, it'll check the set of actions that are predefined. And then if those aren't there, then it will run a follow-up command. If it's not any one of those, also run this little bit of code inside of the code rather than some extra shell script eval thing that says, okay, let's query the data and then give you every initial thing that's from this data. And by adding that, we can actually make really powerful interfaces that you can understand entirely just using tab. You don't have to like do a lot of help on everything. All right, so let's do this. So we got we're doing the CD. So I've got to overcome my desire to do that completion right now. We have to agree on a variable name for this. So we just say kn CD, and that should say change into the current. Actually, I don't need this. I can just dump this. I can just dump health. I can do can help. There we go. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. Then I can just put that straight into my program. And I can actually there's a bunch of other hidden, the command tab actually includes a ton of extra built-ins that are hidden that can be used for integration in other layers, but they're not automatically completed. You have to put underscore in front. So you can actually zoom in to a specific piece if you just want that piece. So in my case, I want, which one do I want? Descriptions, help JSON, issues, licenses, summaries, names. Let's do names. So there's all the names. See that? So these things all come for free with command tab. You don't have to add anything extra. It just comes for free. You can actually even test. This is a fun one. You can actually test complete. If you do this and you type C, it will actually run, and it will tell you can run the completion code interactively to see if your completions are working properly. So you could say, like if I could say complete just by itself, it'll do the whole thing. If I complete D, it does that. So then you can actually interact with the completion code without having to hit tab every time, which can be very problematic. It's just got all of the bells and whistles you need to make a really kick-ass tab completion interface. It only supports bash right now. Actually, it doesn't support bash only. It detects compline right now. It's possible that KN or a POSIX shell or fish or Z shell should be supported. In fact, the reason I know that Cobra sucks is because I went to go read the 500 and some odd lines of code that gets spit out for Z shell completion by Cobra that you have to run every time you run a login shell, including any login, exec or whatever. And that's how I know that it's like I just threw my hands up in the air and I'm like, I'm either Cobra sucks so horribly on this or K shell or Z shell is ridiculously bad for completion. Either way, the only thing I need to do completion in bash is this: complete -c kn. Boom. So why would you use anything else? At that point, I'm like having a really hard time putting tab completion support into every other possible shell. Although that's definitely kind of a Kickstarter campaign. It's like, do you want shell completion in PowerShell using our library? Let's help you out. You want shell completion built in, blah blah blah. So but the foundation is there for those people who want to eventually build that. So what is the name? What should we name ours? I think it probably should. Again, people will be able to tab to get it. So yeah, and I think it should be just current. Honestly, I think it should just be current. So let's do that. So current, and then current equals, and it has to be a full path, by the way. Or does it? Now that we have so many advances in configuration, I feel like we can use a little bit of latitude here. Yeah, with the current active means that's the one. If you do any modifications or you go to edit something, it will edit that one. It will resolve the by default. It will resolve the references, the URI references to the nodes at that location. So the current config is what is his I think we probably need to put a name in there, and I think we need to put a root. There's a couple of ways I've gone through this. One of them is that actually I know what to do here. So the current is the current will give you the full path to the current one, but if you set current, it should probably take it over. But then to do that, I'd have to like hook into the config set variable thing. Yeah. All right, this is what I want to do eventually. So I want the user to be able to do this. I want to be able to do this and go rbxgg, and that will automatically change the current to that. I made a tool in my honor. Oh, is that your name? Yeah, it's a great name. So that's what the default behavior I want is if this is a knowledge node base directory, I want it to automatically change that to the active node and to potentially change into it. It doesn't have to change into it. If I do CD, if we want CD, then I want it to change into it. Yeah, right. But path is simplified, right? So we have a couple things we have to have here. One of them is we do need a path, and this is where we have extra commands, right? So these are not particularly config commands. These are more like can add say candidate rwxdg, and it'll tell you what directory it is. So actually, I want to have it be like the path, right? Full path. Maybe a command to list node locations. Yeah, let's do that one first. So yeah, and that's all done through the command line interface. So when you add, yeah, let's do that. Let's make a new command then. That command comes first. So that command is, let's do copy cd.go to add. So kn add means add a new knowledge node. This keg add is different. By the way, the reason that we're going to have keg and kn is keg is for dealing with everything for sharing. Anything that's related to the knowledge exchange grid goes in keg. Anything that's related to the local system goes in kn. And that way we can use verbs that are the same. So like add, I hesitated using add at first because I was like, oh, that's going to stop me from adding a remote URL. I'm like, no, that's a keg command. That's a keg verb. So it'd be keg add, that would add somebody remotely or import or whatever. So I want it to be easy to remember commands that we can type really quickly. So add.go. So now we have a new command. And to activate a command, I have the boilerplate. I just ripped it off from something else. We can say here is add a new root local knowledge node. And that just adds it to the path, right? And I can put some stuff here. I don't need any of that. I don't need to look up the path for the shell anymore. I don't need any of this actually. So let's get rid of all that. For right now, let's just do return nil. We'll fix this in a bit. We'll println would add a node. All right, we'll come back to this in a sec. This is all the scaffolding you need to add a new subcommand. So I need to add them to the root subcommand, which is this. So I need to add to here. I need to add this and add. So now that's available. And now I just need to rebuild. So kn install cmd kn. Oops, go install kn tab. Boom, I have an add now. So now I have a new command. I even have help for it. And I can print the help. There's no actual help for it, but you see what I mean. And so then that didn't take very long. Try doing that with Cobra. You'd still be writing. Seriously. And I haven't made it yet, but I'm also going to make a command tab like administrator tool, so you can just do command tab add subcommand and it'll interact with you, kind of like npm does. So that hasn't been made. None of that's been built yet. Yeah, you'd be scrolling through boilerplate. Yeah, and so this is a way you can go get it. Plus, if we have a command tab thing and you know the location of somebody else's subcommand, somebody can paste bin that or eeks that to you, and you can plop it right into your project without even looking at anything else. There's no extra boilerplate to plug in. You just have to put the name of the new subcommand in its parent command, and you're done. It's this like extremely recursive, awesome modular way to do subcommands, and I don't know why no one else has invented it by now. All right, so all right, so I have an add already, and I can get rid of that. I don't need that. All right, what are we doing here? So we have an add. Well, how are we going to do the add? The add needs to add something to the path. So the internal thing that we need to add is add. So inside of here, we should say, okay, well, first of all, if I don't have any arguments, then, well, here we go. Do we want to make it so that you can add the current directory? So let's do this. Let's say detect if, okay, so defaults, let's do this. Defaults to adding, yeah, there you go. That's it. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. So, all right, so we're going to do this default. Let's see. Well, thanks for that vote of confidence. So like, let's say you want to put configuration into your app. You can literally just curl the sample/config.go file straight into your directory and then maybe change the language in it or something, but otherwise it'll work right out of the box. So let's see here. We're gonna go add a new root local node, knowledge node. We gotta let's just spitball what this thing is gonna do. So by default, assume current directory is the root node. So that's something I'm going to do the very last. Before that, what do we want to do? We want to first of all, if one argument assume path to a, let's see, if the argument starts with a slash, how about that? If one argument and starts, let's see, if one argument and starts with slash, assume full path to root node. All right, and then if it's if one argument, yeah, we need to do that. We'll do that on all of them, I have a feeling. So if one argument and, well, we'll do this. And we're doing the algorithm here. You know what those are. Okay, so, all right, so if starts with slash and assume full node, starts with let's see, and let's say assume name. I'm about to start wearing a hoodie. You know, it just depends on how cold it gets. Every day it changes with me. Right now it's getting kind of warm again. Assume the name is, oh God, why would you do that to me? Why would you do that to me? Assume full node. I assume the name. Assume name of node with no path. I don't know if we want that. I think you have to put the full path. No, I think you have to put the full path. I'm sorry. I think you do. If one argument, okay. Actually, let's just do absolute. If one of argument assume directory and get ABS path. That's easy enough to do. Assume current directory if, let's see, if no arguments, assume current directory is the root node. Okay. And that's it. Oh wait, if there's two arguments. Which one's the most common? Probably this one. Let's do this one first. One argument, assume if two arguments, I don't know what we do. We don't even need two arguments because it's going to use the base name for the names anyway. Yeah, that's kind of mandated. Can you see a case where you would have two root directories that had the same base name? That would be a bad idea, right? Mm-mm. My mustache gets stuff in it. It's just really white right there. It's really weird. No, I think the requirement is you cannot have nodes with the same name. The end. Because that's something you can take care of the file system. You don't have to play around. I don't want to add extra complexity without a reason. So you just get one argument here. That's it. X.usage equals. So the usage in this case is an optional. What do we call it? Path. We'll say directory. That's what it is. It's an optional directory. And then we just say the directory has to have a README in it, blah, blah, blah. We really don't need to check any of that. I guess we could. if we wanted to be proactive, we could say, hey, okay, you don't have a README file in here. What's up? What's up with that? You know, I don't think we need that. I don't think we need that, because then you can do edit it and we can create the file automatically. But I don't want to do that until you save. So, all right. So this is actually not that hard. Generate template files and leave the file creation user. I think we should leave the file creation user. I don't want to overly. First of all, there's no boilerplate needed for knowledge nodes. Thank God. I mean, you just need a readme.md file. You don't need to do init or gen like view or any of these other things. This is just a convenience. So let's just keep it simple. So if there, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna do case length args is case length of args is 0. Then we assume the current directory. You know what I really hate? You can't put a comment above this. Have you ever noticed this? It's really annoying. Yeah. Yep. It's super annoying. Oh wait, that's supposed to be switched. Duh. So yeah, see what it does? You can't put a comment right above it. It's insane. I don't like that. It drives me crazy. It's pretty self-evident what's going to happen now, though. We worked out the logic, so we can just replace it. So, case 0, case 1. There only be this is the args have already been snipped, right? So they've got all the stuff on the front taken off, which is another problem when you're doing completion to deal with. So we have a case of 0, and we say assume the current directory. I'm going to put this in the docs just because I want to get it out. Okay, so what am I going to call this? Okay, so adds it's a newt root when called with no argument, assumes the current directory is to be added as a root knowledge node. When called with one argument, determines the absolute path. You call this one argument, assumes a path to a directory, determines the absolute path, and sets and adds so there's our stuff. Actually, we can check right now. URL shorteners. I don't know. It's kind of scary and dangerous. And okay, so then, yeah, I don't like them. So yeah, we'll put a description here. Break it down like this. So this is how easy this is. So we're gonna do an install. So we're gonna do an install. So here we go. We have cmdtab tab. So we can do add, help add, and now I get the help. Yay! And you'll notice it's not wrapping. I've been debating about whether to make it wrap or not. I probably will. But right now it uses the maximum win size, depending on where you're at. To be added as root, blah, blah, blah. You'll notice too, this is also added to our output. And it runs less if it goes off the screen by default and customizes the input. That's a thing if it determines it's on Linux. All right, so there. This is. I mean, I don't have to write my documentation in line. I can write it in the description and then come back, clean it up later. All right. So case. What did I do? Case 0. So we need to get file. Let's see. So we say dir equals And either way, let's do that. Let's establish our dir up here. So var dir. I mean, if it's a default directory, we can just pull up the current directory. No, let's not. Let's just do var dir string. Dir is a string. Oh god, I cannot type today. What the? Yeah. So let's do this. Let's do dir equals ab. What is it? File path dot abs. I think current working directory is already rooted. If I remember right, I don't exactly remember right. I think let's check. Let's check. What is it? OS get WD. I think it is. I think it's get WD. I can't remember. Here's how we know. Nope, not a thing. I can't remember it. Because remember, I can look it up. Golang. It's melanged in there with everything else. Get WD. It is. I had it right. Yay. Error. Fuck. Var error. All right. If error is like nil, like we always type, return error. That's another thing I'm really proud of. So the X method that you set for your thing, you just return the error and it'll take care of nice and pretty printing the error out for everybody. So we got our C there. In this particular case, let's do a call for it. So let's do conf dot set. We're going to set and save. We're going to set and save. Actually, we can just return this. Return set and save. Current to dir. And that's it. That's it. Set and save. I can probably write this whole thing right now. Let's just test this one though. I mean, this is not a hard thing to do. Unified conf. Oh yeah? Fine. Go get conf dash go. Alright, fine. GitHub. RBX Rob. Fig go. It should resolve automatically now. It will after I edit it anyway. Come on, baby. No, guess not. Alright, fine. There we go. Undefined. I'm confused. Oh, did I name it config? I did. Yeah, that's a good idea. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I named it conf. Why are you not working? That should work. Belong with whom? I am not remembering my module. Good.mod. Doc.go. Package conf. Is it conf? It's conf. It's definitely conf. Do. Oh, I feel so silly. I do. I feel really silly. You know why? Because I forgot to get the configuration. Yep, I forgot to load it up. Yep. So I don't know if I need to do this in both cases. Both of these need it, so we'll load it up anyway. It's over if there's any arguments, no matter what, we need it. So Let's do that. So config equals, and I think there is an error there actually. New, yep, returns a config, and load returns an error, right? Yep. All right. Just learning my API. So config. So we're going to make a config. So we're going to say, and it's good to not call it conf because it would stomp on the package. Conf dot new, and that will match the name of the program automatically. We don't have to do anything new there. We could, but this is designed to match the name of the program, which means that if you change the name of your program, you're going to get a different configuration setting automatically, so you don't have any overlap. It also means that if you name your program the same as something else already in your config directory, you might have a bad day. So careful about that. Config.load. And then we're going to say if error. I could just do this and get rid of this. Okay. Error equals config load. If error not equal nation, getting an error here at all. Return error. Error. It's walrus operator. It means assign and infer the type. It's kind of Python-esque. It just saves you some writing. It's the kind of thing the Java inventors never dreamed of doing. Oh, hey, did you think for a second that repeating this 30-character type twice in the same assignment line was a bad idea? No, because we're Java designers. We don't know shit. I fucking hate that language. I hate it so bad. I hate it so bad because I've had to work with it for so long and it's just so horrendous. I mean, look at how terse this language is and yet readable and understandable. That's a brilliant language. All right, so, and powerful. It's all statically typed. It's just, guys, the people who invented Go were absolute geniuses. Absolute geniuses. I mean, they made some serious mistakes, in my opinion, but on the whole, anyway, directory get CW. So this is actually now config.setSave. So this should work. This should actually build better. I gotta crank this. This is working. I'm so psyched. KN tool is off and running. So we can do this now. We can do KN add. Wait, let's not add here. Let's make a test directory, shall we? Because that's a thing that you should have. Make directory test data. Sample node. Node 1. All right, so watch. KN test data. Wait, add test data. Oh, see, it's not doing completion here. This is another opportunity for completion. We can actually add a completion algorithm that just completes when you want to do add, that detects your current directory tree. The great Rob's again. Oh, they're both good. Donovan too. If anyone in the chat or Rob could help me. See, it doesn't do completion because it's taking care of its own completion. This is actually something that's a flaw in command tab currently, I think. Default. Come on, Rob. Add default file directory path completion to cmdtab. So you want that to happen anyway. And I want it to work no matter what. So no. Okay. Node 1. All right, now watch. KN config dump. Boom. I didn't add it because I didn't add it. I thought I added it. Did I not add it? I guess I didn't. I didn't add it. Oh, wait, because I gave it an argument. That's why. Right. Okay. That's doing exactly what I designed it to do. All right, so cd into here, and then we'll do kn add, and that should work. Yeah, see what it did? So yes, and then kn config pretty. No, print. Damn. It looks like it did it, but I didn't do it. Shit. All right, well, one step at a time. I didn't save it. You know why? I didn't save it. I thought I saved it. What did I not do? I broke something. What did I break? Gonna be alright. Bob Marley again in my ears. Oh shit, what is this all about? Oh, hey, all. gRPC efficiently in any browsers? No, you absolutely cannot. Yes, gRPC is for microservice communication. I was playing around with it the other day. Server code which handles HTTP requests, yes, or WebSockets. There's people that are using WebSockets to interface with gRPC. Because gRPC, as I understand it, is a pure TCP/IP protocol, but you can upgrade a WebSocket to handle it. Yeah, it did print the absolute path. It did. That was good. I think it was probably the CD that did that. Shh. Don't tell anybody. Let's let them think that that was our code. And it's definitely on the path. There's no doubt that the people are being that. Yeah, behind REST. I hope it's not behind REST. I hope it's at least has a GraphQL API integration layer of some kind. But those are both request response APIs. I don't know why they would be involved with gRPC. WebSockets is because it's a pure. Are they talking about upgrading a connection? Why? Are you making fun of my mic? It's the standard mic, guys. It's the standard Shure SMB 75. It's Germany. This is pretty much the standard mic for for podcasting and stuff. Yeah, I broke down and got it. I had another cool one too but it just turned out to work better. All right, so what we got. I am off the rails here, people. Where the hell even am I? Oh God, I'm like really far away. All right, cmd add. Germany is a great place. My wife watches German television all day, every day, pretty much. She's German. No cloud. Oh, I have a cloud lifter. Yep, I have a cloud lifter because I wanted better gain. And then I have the Yamaha MG10XU. You probably just get away with the 10. You don't need the USB interface, particularly if you're on Linux, which doesn't support the USB interface. I made a whole video about it. Yeah, I made a whole video about how the Yamaha sucks, but I ended up using it anyway and just using analog in and out instead of the USB interface. And I definitely have a cloud lifter. Yeah. You kind of have to have a cloud lifter no matter what if you don't have a dynamic mic. And if you're using a compression mic in your house, it's a good chance you're going to screw it up because you don't have like 3-inch thick foam walls. OpenSUSE, that's a pretty good one. It is definitely a good one. Everybody's got their own. Yeah, well, yeah, it's German. When SUSE came out in I want to say 2001 or something. When I first started using SUSE, I couldn't read anything. And I loved it. I have the box. Actually, somewhere I have the box, the original Chameleon box with SUSE. And I installed it off from a box, off a CD. And I loved it. And I couldn't read any of the install stuff because it was all in German. Yeah. Yeah. You're looking for that video? Vids, Yamaha. I was complaining about, please, if you watch this video, understand that this only relates to the USB functionality of it. And I ended up keeping it. I had it all boxed up to return it. And I ended up keeping it because I realized, I can just drop all the digital stuff. And so I still get all of the
crazy stuff like this.
But I don't have to pay the digital price because I just run analog in and I run analog out. And I was able to keep it. The USB does not work. It does not have driver support for Linux. So I wouldn't get it if that's your thing. In fact, you could probably save yourself $100 by getting the non-USB version. This still has all the cool effects and everything. I didn't really care about the effects. It was just a good board. and it had good recommendations. The hardware is good. The hardware is good. What's bad is the drivers, and that's what I probably would have expected. I probably should do an amendment to that video. Anyway, Twitch soundtrack making some cinema for your stream. No, never gonna do that. I'm against music, background music. The reason for that is because, number one, I can't always be sure the background music is going to be something you're going to want to hear. A lot of people don't like background music. Some people give me shit about having fireplaces in the background. Number two, it's obviously copyright issues. And number three, it's just a pain in the ass to set up. So I'm actually listening to music right now, my music. And right now I'm listening to Chasing Cars from Snow Patrol, and I guarantee you 99% of the people watching out there right now would hate to listen to this soundtrack. It's like happy summer music that's lifting my mood. And I don't want to torture you with whatever my mood is. You know, if I'm listening to Madonna one day, or, you know, or the Beastie Boys another day, or Rage Against the Machine, you know, there's just a good chance that my music style is not going to be the same as yours. And so I'd rather you have unfettered access to my video and to my voice with a little bit of background ambiance, but without forcing my music taste on you. That's just my take on it. I really, really love playing the DJ, and if I ever do that, I'll just write off monetization and we'll just DJ the crap out of some, you know, fun time on a Friday night. But not right now. Right now it's about clarity of communication, and it allows you to put up whatever kind of music you want in your background. Right? It also allows me to lay down a music track later if I were to ever pull out any of this stuff together and make a best of kind of thing, which is the reason I do this in the first place, is so that I can pull out best of segments, put them all together, and then maybe put that up on Vimeo for premium or something someday. It's never going to happen because it takes too much time, but that's what I would do. That's why I do it this way. I tried IRSSI, and I respect it, and I respect those who use it, but I'm a big fan of WeChat. WeChat won me over big time. Voice Scrambler, it's just the one built onto the board. The Yamaha MG10X has a scrambler on it. It's got like 25 different effects. It's pretty cool. Fireplace and stuff in the background, I think is fun. I think most people are okay with that in the background. I mean, it's bad enough to taking my random rants, right? All right, let's back. Thanks for visiting and giving me all these questions and stuff. It's great having you, by the way, everyone. Looks like our numbers are popping up. It's getting a little busy in here. I'm not used to that. I'm usually, you know. All right, so what do we got here? We have, I'm used to streaming during work days and stuff when people don't normally stop by here. If I'm ever, normally when I'm streaming during prime time, my time, there's just so many other better options to watch, and I'm usually muted because I'm mentoring at the time and I can't talk. I'm working on a way to get around that, by the way. In fact, I have two people, just a little bit of a spoiler alert. I have two people who are young streamers, who are kick-butt little programmers who have initially agreed to do live stream mentoring, and they're like laser focused on making Phaser 3 2D HTML5 games in JavaScript. And they've got all the Linux skills and everything to go with it. And they're entertaining. They both have good sound equipment because they've been wanting to set up the streaming stuff. And there's a strong possibility that there'll be Thursdays that there will be, and at least once a week, we'll be doing beginner build games together videos with them on the stream. It'll be live mentoring. So I'll be mentoring them, and then you guys can ask questions about how to do it, and then you can. They're really funny kids too. So they're young. They're really, really young. You're live and Last Miles on Twitch. Thank you. Yeah, we're both. Last Miles and I get along quite a bit because we have similar raging against, rage within us. But the other thing too about doing that stream is if they combine up and we all do this. Not only are they trying to kick off their own streams, they are, they're Minecrafters. You should see the worlds they have in Minecraft. Oh my God, they did all their own Minecraft administration. They installed all their own systems and everything. So these two little fun little guys to get on the stream, and I'm really looking forward to it. I really hope their parents agree. We have to get sign off on that, of course, because they're kind of young. But if they do that, that'll be a really, really fun stream. Because everybody can participate. We're shooting to do it on Discord, so that people can watch each of their streams If they don't want to watch what I'm looking at, they can go watch what someone else is doing while they're working on their Code Combat, or they're working on their Minecraft world or whatever. And then you can kind of follow along and do your same thing. I'm super excited. I'm looking for ways that I can keep streaming happening after I get a full-time job again. I have a full-time job right now, but I have to get one that pays insurance and mortgage. So in addition to my mentoring, and so the only way I can keep streaming is to kind of find creative ways to bring the mentoring online so that you can see it. I'm super excited about it. You speak French? Mais que c'est bon ça? Combien de temps vous êtes ici? Liège en Belgique. Screen and IRC. Oh wow, look at you go. That's what I do. I'm a screen plus web plus plus what is it? WeChat. WEE chat, by the way. Multi-stream incoming. Yeah, that's what it's going to be. It's going to be a multi-stream. In fact, every evening is very possible that before the end of 2021, almost all of my streams will be multi-streams. Every one. And it will be me and somebody that I'm mentoring who's authorized themselves to be live mentored. And, I'm giving him a discount on the mentoring price because obviously, but a lot of them are streamers already. Not all. So anyway, some people don't want their learning broadcast all over the world for everybody to see permanently. I don't blame them. But, most are okay making mistakes for everyone to laugh at. Laugh at themselves. All right, we got this thing here. Back to the topic at hand. I'm going to have to drop here actually pretty soon in half an hour. Let's just get this one command to work, and then I'll leave it and go. So we are in the middle of trying to get this to set the current value, which is relatively easy to do. So we're grabbing the configurator here. The problem is this config set save should be saving current, and it's not doing it. I'm going to check to see if it actually is doing it, but just not telling us. And we're going to do file. Oh, nope, it's not even saving it. Okay, so we're going to go back and check why it's not being saved. So we have the config method arch dir config error config length error get us the return bloom. This should have been doing it right here. I wonder if it's because it's got a date stamp in it that's newer than the other one. I mean, let's try something here. Let's try to dump the let's dump it right now, right here, just to see what's in here before it gets saved, just to see if it's actually updating it. I imagine it is. So let's try that. I have to install every time to get the resolutions to work, the path resolutions to work. So if I do kn config add where's my thing? See that. All right, so there, it didn't even see it. And that's not good. So that means it didn't even set it at all. Oh, I know why. Because we did it before. So stupid. Return error. Just stream incoming. IRC, Twitch is an IRC server, but yep, you can read about that. Yep. Go duck yourself, IRC on Twitch. I'll tell you everything you need. All right, so try this build again. I'm gonna do my CD trick again. I was on it. I got off of it, damn it. when I do just, there we go. So that's doing the thing. It's just not saving it. So the reason it's not saving it is because it's saying that, well, it's not giving an error. It's saying, I refuse to update you. It's also not printing the error out. So I don't know what's up with that. That means it's not saving it, and it's also not printing it. So set save is supposed to do that, and it appears it's not. It might be a bug in set save. I need to take a quick break. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I have to go here pretty soon though. One last little thing. This means we probably have a bug in set save. This means that it saved it, but it didn't write it to the file. You know what I mean? In fact, we can do this. Let's try that. Oh, we didn't rebuild it. So that is correct. That did exactly what it's supposed to do. Wow, this is using an old version of current though. Old version of command tab. Let's go some already updated. Oh. Alright, let me try something here. Go some. I think on Raritan. Do. Ba 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 ba. Current. Still not doing it. Was it in Go mod? Is that already saved in here? God damn it. What is the thing to do that? It's go clean, right? I got to get better with my go clean commands, and not particularly now that they changed in 1.16. Yeah. I'm using a Mac keyboard. Yep. Judge me if you will. Fast and quiet, like I like it. I want to beat people over the head with their mechanical keyboards. A. Nope. No. I've done that so many times at this point that yeah. Yeah. I do need to do one. Yeah, this isn't a there's the best I will do is I'll say that I'm creating a solution for problems that I have every day. And those problems change regularly. So, I've been working on this for over 7 years. Yeah, the first thing, if you go look for, well, I'm trying to say, this is the first round of problems that I have about this. Probably the most project manager-y thing I've ever written about it. Oops, that's gone. I'm not there anymore. And that's not it. That's not it. No, that's not it. Why are those pulling up? Oh, well. Oh, I know why. GitHub.com/essentialweb. Doesn't have my name on it. This is my thing, though. This is actually going to go away. I have to get this. A lot of this private stuff's going to go away. It's going to get dropped because they took away my educational access. Yeah, because they're lame. Even though I've been employed as an educator for 7 years, I don't fit their model of what an educator is. Pisses me off. Apparently, independent mentoring doesn't count. True story. On that particular aspect, GitHub sucks. Oh, you don't have full accreditation. I'm just getting junior engineers $100,000 job starting salary, but I'm not an educator. Go fuck yourselves, GitHub. So that is where you can get a sense of it. Project managery. Yeah. So. Yeah. Anyway. When it's closer to being done, I'll make a nice, pretty presentation on it and get people involved. And I have the scaffolding all done, which I have right now, pretty much. It's been called the Knowledge Net. AFK Works is another thing that I've started. You can actually go check that out right now, actually. AFK Works and Keg. These are all on projects under KegNet Network. All that you can go look at. Why GitHub is bad. GitHub is not bad. GitLab is bad. And GitHub is also bad. GitHub is bad because they judge my education and they say that I'm not an educator because I don't have the proof that I'm a school. I'm a private mentor who's made my business and livelihood for 7 years, productively employing people who produce reviews that read like this. But GitHub decides in their great wisdom that I no longer qualify as an educational institution. Go fuck yourselves, GitHub. On that particular point, I am so pissed. I can't stand it. You know why? They gave me a warning. Be careful. You're going to lose all your repos. You're going to lose all your private repos that you've had for 8 years as a qualified educator. But for some reason, they decided to pull it and say, you better get all those repos managed and off there. You're going to lose them all. You're just going to delete them. So I don't know what's going on over there, but I mean, I was one of the first people involved in an educational institution. And I'm sure there's somebody I could write an email to, but it just pisses me off because they just threw a ton of extra work on top of me that I didn't need to think about right now. All of the former educational repos that I have, all my Python stuff, all my redos of code.org as Python instead of JavaScript, everything, all of my material is at risk of disappearing overnight because all of a sudden they pulled my classification as an educator. And it makes me angry. Yeah, I know, which is why that's another reason I'm off of it. So I'm staying on GitHub, don't get me wrong, and I'm way more safe than GitLab. GitLab is going to go bankrupt within 5 years. I'm afraid for them, I really am. And GitHub is like pushing things, the limit of things, but they also have total control. So I'm going to put everything on Git, and I'm going to mirror it to GitHub. That's my plan, but that's a lot of work and to do with a live stream community and a full-time job and a family. So that's why I'm grumpy. All right, back to what I was doing. See if I can get this done. What was I doing? Help me remember. We're trying to get the save to work, and something's up with the save. So save's not working right now. So for me to get this to go get -u. We'll go pull down some other stuff here. That should probably get the right thing now. Install. There we go. Can add, no. Config print. They kept losing their accreditation, so if you have a master's in education to teach, you kept losing your certification. Are you kidding me? That is terrifying. Did you ever lose content? I mean, I want to believe that they're just not on top of things enough to delete all my repos, but they said you need to remove them by this date or so, and they didn't even give me a date. They just threatened me and said, you need to, like, what they're trying to do is get me to pay for private repos for all that stuff for organizations, which of course GitLab never has made you do. And I don't have the money because I'm just a mentor. It just pisses me off. It's just pretty much a spit in my face. I have grown them, so I have been promoting them for education. I've done videos for them for education for years. I even one of the first people who wrote the introduce yourself in their forum. To this day, I started their educational forum with a thread that said introduce yourself, and it's still the number 1 hit in their forum. And yet they decided to pull my accreditation or my whatever they think of me. GitHub is the one who said it. I know I can run this down and follow somebody. I could probably send an email to the person who runs the thing and have them do the right thing. But I'd rather gripe about it and complain about them. Because I sent a link to my webpage. I sent to the forums. They think they don't care. They don't care. Yeah. If you got locked out of, do not, dude, I record all of my video to hard drive while I'm doing it. I have had so many near misses. Like I did an entire video, like a 6-hour stream, and I had content in there that I wanted to cut out and put it under videos at one point. And some random Japanese corporation filed a copyright thing against me, and it blocked the whole thing. And I was like, and then they eventually let go of it, which is really, really rare. And so I was like, after that, I'm like, oh my God, I am never, ever trusting any organization again. So I make backup copies of all 10 hours of video that I'm going to get extra hard drives. And I make a duplicate copy of every GitHub repo I have locally. I should show you guys how to set up bare repos. You can have multiple origins, and you can set up a local origin, which is on a hard drive. And you can push to .git without the repo owner. It's called a bare. And then you can push to both GitHub and that at the same time. And so then you have a backup of all your Git repos, but you still have the same Git process. You don't have to do something extra like the copy over your repos or something like that. It actually does a dual commit. And it's all of these are things that I would strongly recommend people consider right now. Do not trust the big companies. They are not trustworthy. They are motivated by money, and if you're not paying the money in particular, they can do whatever they want to you, and that you're at their mercy. And I'm terrified of that. I mean, because I create, I'm not doing any. You just don't know what they're going to do. You don't know when they're going to get some wild hair and decide to whatever, take you off because you used the wrong word at the wrong time. It's like, anyway, I got to talk about something else. I'm trying to get this command to work. My add command is not working. My config command is working. For one thing, it's not pulling down the latest, so that's what's really making me wonder. Conf-go. Git tag. I'm on 3.0. Why does this keep pulling down the wrong thing? That's what I want. Why does it keep pulling down version 1.0 of gitconf? Did I not push my tags? Wait, what is this? Mod. Go mod is gitconf version 1.01. Oh, I think I know what's going on. Yeah, I still have updated videos out there. I pulled that version of the video. That's what's going on. Okay, now I know what's going on. Well, I know what I'll do. This is the lame way to do it, but I'm going to do it anyway. Git tag version 1.0 dash alpha. Git push tags. Here's two cases of developers on losing access. Terraria jumped off Stadia because of it. Wow. Oh man. You're scaring me, dude. I'm gonna have to go read this. I'm gonna go read this. Yeah, do not depend on anything. I completely agree with that. Look, my new position, and I don't care if anybody knows it, is take advantage of many free services as you can with wild abandon, and then make a backup at the same time. Because that's why I push to YouTube and Twitch. Because Twitch can decide anytime too to pull you. Why do you think I'm on IRC? If my community went away tomorrow, I would be fine. If they pulled a plug on Twitch or if they pulled a plug on YouTube, I would still be fine. People know where to find me. They know to go to rbx.gg, which is maintained on my own servers, and they know if I had to start up a new stream, I could do it on my own. And I am okay. That's why I have multiple. That's why I have two. I'm pushing to YouTube and Twitch because I have communities in both places. But if I suddenly disappear, people are smart enough to find me in the other place. And I just cannot imagine being that beholden to any organization that decides its own morality without any reference to anyone else. It just look, I'm grateful for what they provide. I really am. The zero opportunity cost services are allowing us to build up the sharing economy, and this is a fantastic thing, and I really love it. I appreciate what they're doing, but I do not want them to have total control over my life and everything I ever make. Yeah, EU law or GDPR, exactly. Yeah. So, yeah. And I agree with you though on that other stuff. What happened? Why didn't my tag go through? What happened to my tag? I thought I just tagged this. All right, git push. There, that'll probably fix the problem. You can have a philosophical question if you want. We only have a few minutes left. And philosophical questions are fine. Yeah, as long as we can respect each other, I guess. I go get -u. That should get the latest of everything, or does it? Why are you so married to this version? I don't, it's Go changes this stuff all the time. So, I know there's a command for this, but I don't know it. It did it again. So that Twitch and IRC chats are in sync. I forget the name of it. I'll have to look it up for you. It's a bridge. It's an IRC bridge. It bridges Discord and IRC by default, and can bridge. They're working on a YouTube bridge as well. It's harder. I'm sorry, I don't remember, Tim. I'll have to go look it up. Why didn't this pick up as the latest? All this versioning stuff is becoming a pain in the ass. Alpha. 2 hours ago. It's the same one. Config. Pretty print. This is how I know it's not updating. No, it's not updating properly. My pretty print's not working. That's why it's working. It's just different. See, this is the one it should be doing, and it's not doing that. It's doing some old version of it. So, gotta fix that. The thing I can't understand is why it's pulling down the latest. General Specialist. That's a tough question. Why does this keep pulling down the wrong thing? I've got to get my head around versions better on Go. I do. I mean, I don't use them a lot. I haven't used them a lot in the past, and now I've started to, and I feel like a baby doing it. So I've got to get my head around that. And I can do that. I just need to really dedicate some time. Maybe that's going to get my attention tonight. This is pulling down the wrong fucking one every time, and it's pissing me off because it's not the latest one. It's not. See how it's pulling conf.go down every time? And it shouldn't be doing that. It should be pulling down the most recent one. Even when I completely obliterate Go mod, it still grabs the wrong one, even though the most recent version in the repos is, and I'm using direct, is the latest. And it's just I know it's my bad. That's something I'm missing. I don't understand, but it's pissing me off. So here I'm going to prove it again. So here's the one I just proved it. The last release, the last tag, master branch. The branch is master. We're on the for right now on tag alpha. This is the latest tag. And this is the one it should be using, and it's absolutely not, because the version it indicates is 1.01, which is like really old, which means it's been somehow cached differently, and I don't know what's up with that. and it's angering me. I have another command that does go clean. I'm gonna do go get why is it getting version 1.1 every time? What is telling it that I want 1.1? It's something about the algorithm that just pisses me off. It thinks that tag is the most recent release, but it's not. You know what? It must be the numbers. I bet you the algorithm, the dash at the end of alpha is screwing it up. What do you want to bet me? I'll bet you anything that's what's going on. Yep. Look. It doesn't even see the other. Oh, yes, it does. It sees the tag right there. It's 1.2. We should be getting that instead. Is it because I have dash alpha in it? I remember reading that that's allowed. That is really pissing me off. I just don't know what to say to that. I'm gonna make a new project. No. All right, we're gonna try this. We're going to use something from this. We're going to say conf dot new. God damn it. Time for me to take a break. Can you tell? See, it got it right. Mod init. Add module requirements and sums. I didn't know that was the thing. See, again, it grabbed 1.0. Why is it grabbing 1.01? I don't get it. Git tag version 1.3.0. Git push tags. Go get dash u. There it is in black and white. If you put a dash after the name, you fuck up the Go resolution thing. So much for that. I think that's a bug. Because I did the research on the Go naming conventions, and you're supposed to be able to put a dash after that. Yep. We just proved it. Watch. I'm going to do another tag. I have to blog this because I know people have been using dashes in that before. I know they have been doing that, and that is really bad. So if I do go, dude, if they break the tagging system, that, oh God, I hope I have it wrong because the alternative is like unthinkable. But they've been really messing. In 1.16, they messed with the Go module stuff a lot. So it's a good possibility that they broke it. So we just got a tag going on. They consider out. Wait, where did they say that? They put it as the name is alpha as a pre-release? Wait. Holy cow. Are you kidding me? I hear what you're saying. That means that even if the version is more recent, if it has dash alpha, it puts it above everything else. Oh my God. I have got to blog that. That is such a big deal. Wow. That means if you tag something alpha, it won't get used at all unless you specifically say that. Oh, that's the sendvar spec? They consider alpha as a pre-release. Wow. So even if you update the number, if you put alpha on it, it's going to grab 2. Right? So watch this. This is gonna prove it. Okay, that is some great information right there. I have to do a video because that is not intuitive. It's not intuitive to me anyway. It's not. That's not intuitive. Yeah. Because this is actually a version that's past that. This means the flip side of this means that you can tag anything alpha and no one's ever going to get it. And it'll get it though? Oh, you can put URL in front? Interesting. I would never have guessed that. Wow. That is so counterintuitive to me. I stand corrected. I guess it's there all along. Well, I won't be burned by that one, and neither will you. So let's try this again. Go get -u dot slash dot dot. It's gonna say, no, you have the latest. Watch. See that? It thinks I have the latest. Oh, look at that. That went all the way back to version 1.01. What? Wow. Nope, it didn't even get it. What? Why is it not doing it? Opening does here to not use. Yeah. Added 1.30, but not the other one. That is super interesting. Wow. The moral of the story is don't use -alpha if it's an official release. Yeah, I'll never use alpha again. That's definitely messing a bunch of stuff up. I know it is. So now I have to figure out everything I have to fix with that. So again, I don't know I don't know releases very well, so that's the reason I'm doing this. Go tags. No, this was just me messing around on this particular case. What I was trying to do was to create a new release that was newer than that was also an alpha release, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Yeah. So, come on, baby. Oh. Yep. So I'm just going to delete all the alpha tags. I'm never using alpha again. I mean, There's no reason. Not with the stuff I'm doing. I mean, I'm just taking an NPM approach to this and just make a bunch of sub-0 releases, sub-1 releases, and make them the most recent. And then the 1.0 is like ready for official release, like we've always done, right? Alpha just messes it up. I thought I could get away with that, but no. Which is fine because, yeah. So what am I going to do with this? I have to delete the tags. Skit tag -d. Can I do more than one of these? I'm going to try. I've never done more than one. Yep. All right. Git tag. I'm going to be, this will be 0.9, no, 0.4. How about that? It's a new enough release. In fact, I'm going to change the whole name of the thing, so don't nobody use it just yet. But see, that's why I wanted it to be alpha, right? I was like, don't use this. This is alpha. It's under test. Because I'm going to be making breaking changes, right? Here's the problem. It's supposed the major number is supposed to be the thing you change for breaking changes. It's kind of strange that it does not pick alpha up automatically, but I think it's good that you want to explicitly opt in since it is alpha. Yeah, okay, people are they're not using major numbers. How do you do version releases that have incremental changes that are breaking changes without using major numbers? I don't know what to do. What's the answer there? I mean, what's the approved answer? You know what I mean? I think alpha is the invitation for other people to use it, right? But so what happens if you don't have alpha under that? What if you have a look, this is a community question. What would you think everything to be unstable so is the way to go until it's ready? Right. I mean, we're talking about breaking changes. Like, so is that true? So that means if I have a not a major release, but I have a minor release. If I have a minor release, I can use minor releases for things that either break the previous thing or add new functionality. But after I have a major release, after I hit after I hit 1 dot, then the minor releases should only be improvements, right? Just making sure I understand Symvar. That's what I've always thought it to be. And any of of course, the third, the release number, that is just bug fixes. So that's like, it wasn't working the way it's supposed to, right? So the third number is always this is, I'm going to actually make a topic on this. I'm going to do a really quick topic on this. TLDR on Semver. All right, so let me get this going. All right, people. So, oh boy, I missed your comment. Sorry, I'm not to repeat it. Okay, so people, just let me. We've been talking about Semver. And I don't have a long time to talk about this, so I'm just going to do it really fast. So you can go look at Semver, whatever, and go find it. I mean, I can give you a link, go duck yourself, semantic versioning. You'll see all kinds of good stuff on it. But here's the TLDR. So Semver is the thing that you do to indicate a version. And you need to do this if you're going to be Git tagging. And I've started to do a lot more tagging this year. It's kind of my commitment since the beginning of 2020 to be better about tagging. Even my sort of subtle little things I do on GitHub, just to keep track of it and help other people keep track of where I am. And I ran into a couple of lessons today that I did not fully understand until some people helped me uncover it. So the first thing is, what is a semver? So let me go ahead and tag this. So I'm going to tag this. I'm going to tag it as version 0.4. I'll do 3.0. And before I put alpha, don't do that. You might think you shouldn't put -alpha or beta at all until you're getting ready to invite people to try it out. And that, in my opinion, you should. I don't know this for sure, but in my opinion, you shouldn't have any .alpha on anything that's not a major release, because a major release has a major number. So it's major, minor, and I think the last one is release or bug fix. So in a nutshell, and anybody who's out there, correct me if I'm wrong, I get this wrong. So the major, I always put V in front, and you should too. This number here is a major release. That means if you change that, you've added breaking changes to your code. And that's a big deal. You don't want to do that lightly. Any changes to this number, after you have a release with 1 here, I'm finding out now today, any change to this number means I have improved the functionality, but I haven't taken anything away. I haven't broken anything. Maybe there's some things that are deprecated, but they're not broken, right? And this here is just, I fixed something that's making it work the way it was supposed to work in the first place, but it was basically bug fixes. So, and what I just learned today is that until you have a version 1.0 here, that this number can include breaking changes, like really unstable things. Like I decided to completely deprecate and remove a thing over there that was being used, which is why it's so terrifying. Look at any project in NPM and look at the versions of the projects that are dependencies in there. Hey, look at the percentage of things. I actually saw a whole blog post on this. How much software is deployed into production that doesn't even have a major version release yet. There's not even a 1 here yet. All of it's down here. And according to Semantic Versioning, that means that any of those things could have a breaking change initiated at any time, and it would destroy your application if you have a dependency that's not locked down to a specific checksum version of that thing, and which NPM does handle for you. So thank God for that. So does Go. But I had a problem with this. You want to go back, rewind my video a little bit. I had a problem with this because I had tagged this with a -alpha, and according to Semantic Versionings, anything with a -alpha automatically come as the lowest possible priority, even if there is a number that has a higher number. So what I did is I thought, okay, well, I'm going to increase the number, but I want to add -alpha onto the end. And in doing so, Go was pulling down code that was previous versions, because the -alpha at the end, when I imagine beta will do it too, removed the priority way down here. So it said, okay, well, this is -alpha, so I'm going to default to whatever the first actual non-alpha release is. And so it went all the way back to like 1.1 or something, and it was getting the wrong one every time. It was making me crazy. So the TLDR on that is, don't put -alpha or beta or any of those kind of things in your version until you're actually released. And I would suggest that shouldn't be until you have a 1 dot release, which is against almost everything in the NPM module directory. And most of that stuff doesn't even know about -alpha and beta and stuff like that. Somebody mentioned that -alpha kind of signifies an invitation to the world to try it out, which is another reason to not use -alpha. Now, I use -alpha in my Pagan spec because it is ready for the world to try it out. That's why I did that. And I'll talk more about that later. So that's the TLDR on tags. I'm going to have to rethink some of my tagging strategies and put most of my stuff back over under this. I don't know that there's any real rule. I would really love to hear the long-winded version of this from somebody who's been in a team for a long time and decided what are the criteria to decide to go with a 1 dot, right? I think people are really hesitant to do that. There's this saying, beware the .o, right? Which is like, nobody wants to try out that first version, that first major version release, because it's inevitably going to have bugs that have not been encountered yet, because they're even despite the best testing of the team, there's going to have something in it that somebody who's actually used the thing is going to find. and then it's going to get patched. And so beware the .0 means you usually want to wait for the 1.01 or the 1.2 or the 1.0.4, because that lets somebody else find all those bugs that didn't get found in the test-driven development that they did. And inevitably there's going to be that kind of thing. So beware the .0 is related to that. And in this case, this would be, beware the .0, right? So it usually also means too that whenever you have a .0, that means that somebody has added new functionality, but no one has found any bugs yet on it, which means there's bound to be at least 1 or 2 bugs in that. Might be a dumb question, but why aren't more apps statically linked so you don't download a bunch of other random stuff? Fantastically great question, Real Odin. And you're asking that question in the right forum, because Go actually suggests that you not download other code. In fact, I remember reading Essential Go. It's a thing, and one of the suggestions it makes is that rather than dependency stuff, that you reduce your dependencies by looking at open source code and copying and pasting that code into your code. There's a vendor function that you can actually download and put the vetted code into your thing. But the Go community is one thing that's very refreshing versus the Node community. The Go community actively suggests that you not build multiple dependencies on remote things. Instead, it suggests that you bring the code from those things and either integrate that code directly or put it in there. In fact, you don't, without leaving an external dependency unless you have Go is already statically linked, right? So Go is already statically linked. So people are like, why would you not just take that code that serves your purposes at that moment in time and bake it into your project? And Go vendor does that very thing. It actually bakes it in. And now the Go module system also does that, right? So it bakes into your project a specific version, even though it doesn't copy that code to your project to be saved with your source code. But if you want to use Go vendor, which I haven't a lot of experience with, it does that very thing. It not only checksums it and guarantees that version, but it saves a copy of the entire thing with your project, saving you the time and hassle of going through and cutting it out and putting it all down there. Anything is considered pre-release and takes lower precedence. Dash anything it's dash alpha. It's dash anything, right? Anything with a dash in it. So it's alpha and beta and any of that stuff. Good note there, Lamar. Thanks. Good catch. So that's good to know. And so I got my tag on here, and I just need to push my tag. So push dash tags, and now I'm free to go do my thing, and it should show up. So gh repo view -w will open up my web browser and show me. And now this has a lot of tags that still need to be deleted. And I'm going to have to still deal with that because it only pushed up this tag. These other tags need to be deleted remotely. So I'm going to have to go delete all of those tags as well, from the command line. And I don't know tags very well. I have not been using it very long, actually. So let's actually go delete some tags. So this tag needs to go away. I'm going to have to delete the tag from the command line, and I don't know how to do that. If you want to stick around while I figure this out, let me know. But you know what? I have to go because I have mentoring to do. I know, somebody who doesn't know tags is doing mentoring. What the hell? Well, it's true. So let's go to back to this happy time. I know it's a -f and to do the delete for the remote tag deletion. I'm pretty sure I might have to do a tags -f. I'm pretty sure, yeah. And it says everything's up to date, but I don't know. See the tags here thing. I have to. Whoops. We'll have to go. I know there's a way to do it. I just don't remember. Let's go figure it out. I'll do it before we end here. I got a little bit of time. How to remove remote tag? I thought you just removed him with -f and then pushed him. But I don't remember. Let's see. Delete the remote tags. W3 docs. Oh, there you go. You have to do -d on the origin. Yeah. Git push origin my tag says delete, right? Yep. Git push delete origin tag. Yep, there you go. Yep. So I guess you have to specify the tag. You can't just. I know you can change a tag with force. That's what I normally do. I normally am not deleting a remote tag. Push origin. Wait, -t. I don't know. -d, and I have to see what my remote tags are, and I don't know how to list all my remote tags because I'm not that good of a Git wizard yet. Sorry, I'm not. I mean, mostly I've used it for my own thing. So 1.2.0 alpha. Okay, 1.2.0 dash alpha. Let's see what happens there. Oh wow, there we go. How about this? Git tag origin. Git tag. How do you show all your remote tags, guys? Do you know? Oh wow, that actually wrote a tag and I didn't want to. Git tag -d origin. All right, so I need to list all my remote tags. Git list remote tags, origin tags, right? Git tags, git tag, got that. Git tag -l. No, I want all of the ones remote. That doesn't list all the local ones. ls remote tags. Ooh. I didn't know that was a thing. That's new. I just learned that today. Git ls remote -- tags origin. Oh boy. There they are. Now I can do this. Now I can do git push origin -d tags or just d. Nope, just -d. Or, oh, because it's going to remove the whole copy of it. I see what's going on. Yep. All right, there you go. I could probably do a thing with that. Let's do this. Let's do for I in v0.3. Wait, 3.0 we want to keep there. We want to keep that one. v3.0.0 -alpha. V 1.0.0. V 1.0.1. V 1.3.0. V 1.3. I was just experimenting with stuff. 1-alpha. Do git push origin -d $i. Done. Let's see if that got them all. We're gonna get them one at a time, but a little bit faster to write it that way. And do. All right, so let's do our list again. Remote tags. And that one stupid one. That one delete one I accidentally pushed. I don't even know how I pushed that one. That was funny. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. All right, so now I look good. Git tag. So you saw here, I fixed my tags finally. That's all. Time for me to go. I got mentoring to do. See ya.